In the gentle warmth of flickering candlelight, where shadows dance softly against ancient walls, we begin our journey through the most mysterious and little known secrets of fire type Pokemon. Let your breathing slow as we drift into a world where Ember and Flame hold stories that few trainers have ever discovered. Tales whispered only in the quiet corners of research laboratories and preserved in the dustiest volumes of Pokemon folklore. The very essence of fire itself holds deeper meaning in the Pokemon world than most realize. When Professor Oak first began cataloging fire types in his early research, he discovered that their internal body temperatures don't actually correlate with their flame production abilities. The tiny Charmander, with its modest tail flame, maintains a core temperature of exactly 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, the same as a human, while the mighty Arcanine's body runs surprisingly cool at 94 degrees, using specialized organs to superheat air as it passes through their respiratory system. Deep within the genetic code of every fire type lies a fascinating protein called pyrokinase, a biological catalyst that exists nowhere else in nature. This remarkable enzyme allows fire Pokemon to convert trace amounts of sulfur and phosphorus from their diet into the spectacular flames they produce. Interestingly, the same protein changes its molecular structure based on the Pokemon's emotional state, which explains why fire types produce more intense flames when excited or threatened, and why their fires dim to gentle glows when they sleep peacefully. The relationship between fire types and the moon phases has been documented in only the most obscure research papers. Growlithe and Arcanine show increased flame intensity during new moons, while Vulpix and Ninetales exhibit the opposite pattern, their fires burning brightest under the full moon's silver light. This lunar connection traces back to ancient times when fire-type Pokemon were believed to be fragments of stars that had fallen to Earth, carrying within them the cosmic dance of celestial bodies. In the remote regions of Mount Silver, researchers have discovered cave paintings dating back over 3,000 years, depicting Rapidash with flames of blue and green instead of their familiar orange and red. These ancient artworks suggest that fire-type coloration may have evolved over millennia, adapting to changes in atmospheric composition and the availability of different minerals in their environment. The copper deposits in volcanic soil contribute to the green tints sometimes seen in wild Rapidash flames, while the presence of boron creates those rare, ethereal blue flames that appear only during specific seasonal conditions. The internal anatomy of fire types reveals secrets that challenge our understanding of biology itself. Within each fire Pokemon lies a specialized organ called the Pyrogaster, a hollow chamber lined with heat-resistant cells that can withstand temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This organ connects to a network of microscopic tubes throughout their body, allowing them to distribute heat with precise control. When a Charmander learns to breathe fire, it's actually learning to consciously regulate pressure within this system, much like a musician learning to control their breath while playing a wind instrument. The evolutionary stones that trigger fire-type evolution hold their own mysteries. Fire stones aren't actually stones at all, but crystallized deposits of ancient volcanic gases that have been compressed over millions of years. Each firestone contains trace amounts of rare earth elements that resonate at specific frequencies, creating a harmonic vibration that unlocks dormant genetic sequences within compatible Pokemon. The process is so precise that even stones from the same volcanic source can have slightly different effects, explaining why some Eevee evolve into Flareon with particularly vibrant flame colors, while others develop more subdued hues. The social structures of fire-type Pokemon communities reveal complex hierarchies based not on strength or size, but on flame purity and control. In wild Growlithe packs, the alpha is determined by their ability to maintain a steady, unwavering flame for extended periods, a skill that requires not just physical stamina, but extraordinary emotional discipline. Young Growlithe spend months learning flame meditation, a practice where they must keep their tail fires burning at exactly the same intensity while remaining completely motionless. Perhaps most remarkably, fire-type Pokemon possess a form of thermal memory that allows them to recognize and remember heat signatures from their past. A Ponyta can identify its original trainer decades later simply by the unique thermal pattern their body heat creates. This ability extends to emotional memories as well, with fire types often producing flames that mirror the emotional temperature of significant moments in their lives. A Charmander that evolved during a moment of pure joy will forever carry traces of that happiness in the golden undertones of its flames. The relationship between fire types and weather patterns extends far beyond simple type matchups. Torchic and its evolutionary line have been observed to sense approaching storms up to 72 hours in advance, their internal flames flickering in specific patterns that correspond to barometric pressure changes. Ancient sailors once kept Torchic aboard their ships specifically for this weather prediction ability, noting that the small Pokemon's flame would dance in spirals before typhoons and burn straight and tall before periods of calm seas. In the deepest archives of the Cinnabar Island Research Facility, there exists documentation of a phenomenon known as flame resonance, where fire-type Pokemon in close proximity begin to synchronize their flame patterns. Groups of wild Charmander have been observed creating complex flame displays that pulse and flicker in perfect unison, suggesting a form of communication that transcends simple visual cues. This resonance becomes stronger with emotional bonds, explaining why trainer-raised fire types often mirror their human partners' breathing patterns in the rhythm of their flames. The diet of fire-type Pokemon includes surprising elements that most trainers never consider. While they can survive on standard Pokemon food, wild fire types actively seek out foods high in capsaicin, the compound that makes peppers spicy. This chemical doesn't just provide flavor, it actually enhances their flame production by increasing blood flow to their Pyrogaster organs. Wild Rapidash have been documented traveling hundreds of miles to reach groves of spicy berries, and Arcanine will dig for hours to uncover buried caches of fermented peppers. The connection between fire types and human civilization runs deeper than most historical accounts suggest. Archaeological evidence indicates that the first successful metal forging was accomplished with the help of domesticated fire Pokemon, their precisely controlled flames, allowing ancient humans to achieve temperatures impossible with conventional fires. The legendary swords of the Johto region were forged using Rapidash flames, which burn at exactly the temperature needed to properly temper steel without making it brittle. As we settle deeper into this gentle exploration of fire-type mysteries, consider how these remarkable creatures embody the dual nature of fire itself, both destructive and nurturing, wild and controlled, ancient and eternally renewed. Their flames carry stories written in light and heat, tales of evolution, adaptation, and the endless dance between power and precision that defines their very existence. The remarkable diversity of fire-type Pokémon extends to their sleeping habits, which reveal fascinating adaptations to their elemental nature. Growlithe enter a state called thermal dormancy during their deepest sleep cycles, where their body temperature drops by nearly 20 degrees to conserve energy while their flame sacs regenerate overnight. During these periods, their orange and black stripes actually shift in hue, becoming more muted as their internal fires bank to glowing embers. Wild Growlithe packs will designate one member to maintain a wakeful flame throughout the night, rotating this responsibility so that the group never loses its collective warmth. This behavior has been passed down through countless generations, suggesting an instinctual understanding of fire safety that predates human civilization. The molting process of fire-type Pokémon involves intricate biological mechanisms that remain largely unstudied by mainstream Pokémon research. Magmar sheds its outer skin layer every lunar month, but this discarded material doesn't simply decompose like normal biological matter. Instead, it crystallizes into formations that retain heat for weeks after being shed, creating natural warming stations that other Pokémon seek out during cold periods. These crystalline formations have been found in caves throughout volcanic regions, often mistaken for natural mineral deposits when they're actually the accumulated molts of Magmar colonies spanning decades. The relationship between fire types and music reveals another layer of their complex nature. Chimchar and its evolutionary line possess an innate sense of rhythm that corresponds to the crackling patterns of their flames. In the wild, groups of Chimchar will create elaborate percussion sessions using hollow logs and rocks, with their tail flames providing visual accompaniment that pulses in time with their beats. These musical gatherings serve multiple purposes, from strengthening social bonds to establishing territorial boundaries, as each troop develops its own unique rhythmic signature that can be heard echoing through forest canopies for miles. The healing properties of fire-type Pokémon extend beyond their well-known ability to provide warmth for recovery. Ponyta's mane contains microscopic filaments that, when shed naturally, retain therapeutic properties for treating joint pain and circulation issues. Ancient texts from the Sinnoh region describe elaborate ceremonies where these mane fibers were woven into garments for elderly community members, providing sustained gentle heat that promoted healing and comfort. Modern analysis has confirmed that these fibers contain trace amounts of minerals that, when heated by body temperature, release ions beneficial to muscle recovery and pain relief. Fire-type Pokémon demonstrate remarkable problem-solving abilities that often go unnoticed in battle-focused observations. Vulpix have been documented using their flames to create ice-free drinking water during winter months, carefully melting snow at precise temperatures to avoid creating steam that might alert predators to their location. They exhibit an understanding of thermal dynamics that allows them to create small, controlled melting pools while keeping the surrounding area frozen for camouflage. This behavior requires not just intelligence, but also exceptional flame control, as the margin for error is extremely narrow. The migratory patterns of fire-type Pokémon follow ancient routes that correspond to underground thermal currents and magnetic field variations. Rapidash herds traverse the same paths their ancestors used thousands of years ago, following invisible highways of warmth that flow beneath the Earth's surface. These thermal currents provide navigation aids and energy sources, allowing the herds to maintain their strength during long journeys. Researchers have discovered that these migration routes often connect distant volcanic regions, suggesting that fire types may play a role in distributing thermal energy across continents through their movements. The social hierarchies within fire-type communities operate on principles unique to their elemental nature. In Arcanine packs, leadership isn't determined by size or aggression, but by flame stability and control. The alpha Arcanine can maintain a steady, even flame regardless of external conditions, demonstrating the emotional and physical discipline necessary to guide the pack through various challenges. This flame consistency serves as a beacon for other pack members during storms or dangerous situations, with younger Arcanine learning to read the subtle variations in their leader's flame patterns as communication signals. Fire-type Pokémon possess an extraordinary ability to detect and neutralize certain toxins through controlled combustion. Flareon can identify poisonous substances in food or water by the way their flames react to trace chemical compounds in the air. When detecting toxins, their flames shift to specific color spectrums that serve as warnings to other Pokémon and humans alike. This ability likely evolved as a survival mechanism in environments where volcanic activity could introduce dangerous gases or contaminate water sources with harmful minerals. The relationship between fire types and plant life reveals surprising symbiotic connections. Certain species of fire-resistant trees have evolved alongside fire-type Pokémon, developing thick, heat-resistant bark that actually benefits from periodic exposure to controlled flames. These trees rely on fire types to clear away competing undergrowth and to crack their specially adapted seed pods, which only open when exposed to specific temperatures. In return, the trees provide shelter and nesting sites for fire types, creating micro-ecosystems where flame and flora coexist in perfect balance. The emotional intelligence of fire-type Pokémon manifests in their ability to regulate their flame temperature based on the comfort needs of those around them. Charmander raised in close contact with humans develop an intuitive understanding of safe temperatures for physical contact, automatically adjusting their flame output when sensing proximity to their trainers. This adaptation occurs at a cellular level, with their flame-producing organs developing additional regulatory mechanisms, creating what researchers term thermal memory maps. A Cyndaquil returning to its birthplace after years of absence will automatically adjust its flame output to match the patterns it exhibited as a young Pokémon in that location, suggesting that thermal memories are encoded differently than other types of recollections. The construction abilities of fire-type Pokémon extend to sophisticated architectural understanding. Wild Torchic communities create elaborate underground tunnel systems using precisely controlled flame bursts to soften and shape earth and rock. These tunnels feature complex ventilation systems that allow fresh air to circulate while maintaining optimal temperatures throughout the network. The engineering principles demonstrated in these constructions show an intuitive grasp of thermodynamics and structural integrity that rivals human engineering in its efficiency and sustainability. As we drift deeper into these gentle revelations about fire-type Pokémon, we find ourselves surrounded by the quiet warmth of understanding. Each fact adding another ember to the growing fire of knowledge that illuminates the remarkable complexity hidden within these flame-bearing creatures, their lives intertwined with elements both seen and unseen, their existence a testament to the endless creativity of nature's design. The social hierarchies within fire-type communities operate on principles far more nuanced than simple dominance displays. Elder Arcanine established their leadership not through aggressive flame demonstrations, but through the subtle art of thermal communication, releasing specific pheromone heat combinations that convey complex messages about territory boundaries, food sources, and potential dangers. Young fire types learn to read these thermal signatures with the same precision that other Pokemon might interpret vocal calls or visual displays. This chemical thermal language allows for silent coordination across vast distances, with messages carried on warm air currents that can travel for miles without losing their informational integrity. The relationship between fire-type Pokemon and seasonal changes reveals adaptations that speak to millions of years of evolutionary refinement. During winter months, many fire types enter a state called thermal hibernation, where their internal flame burns at reduced intensity while their bodies develop enhanced insulation properties. Growly the fur becomes denser and develops microscopic air pockets that trap warm air, while their metabolic processes shift to burn stored energy more efficiently. This adaptation allows them to maintain their essential fire abilities while conserving energy during periods when external heat sources become scarce. The healing properties of fire-type Pokemon extend beyond their well-documented ability to cauterize wounds. The flames of certain species contain trace minerals that, when applied in controlled doses, can accelerate cellular regeneration in both Pokemon and plant life. Rapidash Mane Fire, when carefully collected and diluted, has been observed to promote faster healing in damaged tissue, though the mechanism behind this effect remains one of nature's most closely guarded secrets. The therapeutic applications were first discovered by ancient peoples who noticed that areas where wild Rapidash had grazed showed remarkably healthy vegetation growth patterns. Fire-type Pokemon possess an extraordinary ability to detect and respond to electromagnetic field fluctuations that precede natural disasters. Their flame organs contain specialized cells that react to subtle changes in atmospheric pressure and electrical charge distribution, causing their flames to flicker in distinctive patterns hours or even days before earthquakes or severe storms. This early warning system evolved as a survival mechanism, allowing fire-type communities to relocate to safer areas before catastrophic events. Modern researchers study these behavioral patterns to improve natural disaster prediction models, finding that fire-type reactions often provide more accurate forecasting than traditional meteorological instruments. The digestive systems of fire-type Pokémon demonstrate remarkable adaptability to extreme dietary variations. During times of abundance, species like Charmeleon can consume and store nutrients in specialized heat-resistant organs that essentially cook and preserve food internally for later use. This biological preservation system allows them to survive extended periods without external food sources by slowly releasing stored nutrients back into their system. The internal cooking process also breaks down toxins that would be harmful to other Pokemon, enabling fire types to safely consume plants and materials that would be poisonous to other species. The nocturnal behaviors of fire type Pokemon reveal complex social rituals centered around flame sharing ceremonies. Groups of wild fire types gather during specific lunar phases to perform synchronized flame displays that serve multiple purposes beyond simple communication. These gatherings allow for the exchange of thermal bacteria cultures that enhance flame production capabilities, while also providing opportunities for young fire types to learn advanced flame control techniques from experienced elders. The ceremonies create temporary thermal microclimates that can be detected from great distances, serving as beacons for solitary fire types seeking to join established communities. Fire type Pokemon demonstrate sophisticated problem solving abilities when faced with water related challenges. Rather than avoiding water entirely, many species have developed innovative techniques for creating steam barriers and thermal updrafts that allow them to cross bodies of water or navigate through heavy rainfall. Flareon, for instance, can create controlled steam explosions that propel them across water surfaces in a series of rapid hops while maintaining their flame core temperature through precise breathing techniques that recirculate heated air through their respiratory system. The symbiotic relationships between fire type Pokemon and certain mineral formations reveal geological processes that operate on timescales far beyond human observation. Over centuries, the regular presence of fire type communities gradually alters the crystal structure of surrounding rocks, creating unique mineral formations that store and slowly release thermal energy. These geological batteries continue to emit warmth long after the fire type communities have moved on, creating oases of heat that support specialized ecosystems adapted to these artificially maintained warm microclimates. The mating rituals of fire type Pokemon involve intricate flame choreography that varies significantly between species and geographical regions. Bonita courtship displays feature synchronized galloping patterns, where potential mates create interweaving flame trails that form complex geometric patterns visible from aerial perspectives. These flame patterns serve as both artistic expression and practical demonstration of flame control mastery, with more intricate displays indicating superior genetic fitness and thermal regulation capabilities. The resulting offspring often inherit specific flame pattern preferences that can be traced through multiple generations. Fire-type Pokemon exhibit remarkable adaptability to artificial environments, developing new flame patterns and behaviors when living in human-constructed habitats. Urban fire types learn to modulate their flame output to avoid triggering smoke detection systems while maintaining their essential thermal regulation needs. They develop preferences for specific building materials that complement their heat signature requirements, often choosing nesting sites near heating systems or electrical equipment that provides supplementary warmth without compromising their natural flame production abilities. The respiratory systems of fire-type Pokémon function as sophisticated chemical processing plants, capable of extracting usable energy from atmospheric compounds that other Pokémon cannot metabolize. This ability allows them to thrive in environments with altered atmospheric compositions, such as areas affected by volcanic emissions or industrial pollution. Their specialized lung structures filter and process these compounds, converting potential toxins into fuel for their internal flame systems while simultaneously purifying the air around them. As these gentle flames of knowledge continue to flicker through our consciousness, we find ourselves embraced by the warmth of understanding, each revelation about fire-type Pokémon adding another layer to the complex tapestry of their existence, their lives a continuous dance of adaptation and survival, their flames serving as beacons of resilience in an ever-changing world where fire and life intertwine in patterns too beautiful and intricate for simple comprehension, carrying us forward on currents of discovery that flow like warm rivers through the landscape of sleep. The thermal signatures of fire-type Pokémon create invisible highways through the atmosphere, pathways of heated air that other Pokémon instinctively follow during migration periods. Those aerial corridors remain warm for hours after a fire type has passed through, forming temporary climate zones that shift and flow across vast distances. Migrating bird Pokémon utilize these thermal lanes to conserve energy during long journeys, riding the warm updrafts created by Charizard flight patterns or following the heat trails left by traveling Rapidash herds. The phenomenon creates a symbiotic network where fire types unconsciously assist in continental migration patterns, their natural movements serving as guides for countless other species navigating seasonal transitions across diverse landscapes. Deep within their cellular structure, fire-type Pokémon possess specialized organelles called pyroplasts that function similarly to chloroplasts in plants, but instead of processing sunlight, they convert thermal energy into usable biochemical compounds. These microscopic furnaces operate at temperatures that would destroy normal cellular components, protected by unique protein structures that remain stable at extreme heat levels. The pyroplasts continuously cycle through phases of combustion and regeneration, creating a cellular rhythm that synchronizes with the Pokemon's heartbeat and breathing patterns. This internal fire burns most intensely during periods of emotional excitement or physical exertion, causing visible fluctuations in flame brightness that serve as accurate indicators of the Pokemon's physiological and psychological state. The relationship between fire-type Pokemon and seasonal weather patterns extends far beyond simple temperature preferences, influencing precipitation cycles and atmospheric pressure systems across entire regions. Concentrated populations of fire types can create localized drought conditions not through water consumption, but by altering humidity levels and air circulation patterns. Their collective thermal output generates updrafts that redirect moisture-carrying clouds away from their territories, creating rain shadows that persist for months after the fire types have relocated. Conversely, when fire-type populations suddenly decrease in an area, the resulting shift in atmospheric dynamics often triggers unusually heavy rainfall as weather patterns readjust to the absence of their thermal influence. The evolutionary pressure that shaped fire-type Pokémon created remarkable adaptations in their sensory systems, particularly their ability to perceive infrared radiation with extraordinary precision. They can detect temperature variations as small as a fraction of a degree from considerable distances, allowing them to locate potential prey, identify suitable nesting sites, or sense approaching weather changes long before other Pokemon become aware of these shifts. This thermal vision operates independently of visible light, enabling fire types to navigate effectively in complete darkness or through dense smoke and ash clouds that would blind other creatures. The information gathered through thermal sensing integrates seamlessly with their other senses, creating a multidimensional perception of their environment that includes temperature gradients, heat sources, and thermal history of objects and locations. Fire-type Pokémon demonstrate sophisticated understanding of combustion chemistry, instinctively selecting fuel sources that produce specific flame characteristics suited to particular purposes. When preparing nesting areas, they choose materials that burn slowly and produce minimal smoke, creating sustained warmth without attracting unwanted attention. During territorial displays, they deliberately select fuels that generate bright, dramatic flames with distinctive colors and patterns, maximizing the visual impact of their demonstrations. Some species exhibit preferences for aromatic woods that produce pleasant scents when burned, suggesting an aesthetic appreciation that extends beyond purely functional considerations in their fire management practices. The hibernation patterns of certain fire-type Pokémon involve a remarkable physiological transformation where their internal flames reduce to barely detectable embers, slowing their metabolism to a fraction of normal rates while maintaining just enough thermal output to prevent tissue damage from cold exposure. During these dormant periods, their flame-producing organs enter a state of minimal activity, consuming stored energy reserves with incredible efficiency. The awakening process requires careful rekindling of their internal fires, a gradual process that can take several days as their systems slowly return to full operational capacity. This controlled dormancy allows fire types to survive extended periods of resource scarcity or extreme environmental conditions that would otherwise prove fatal to creatures dependent on continuous flame production. The social hierarchies within fire-type communities often revolve around flame mastery and thermal control abilities, rather than physical size or aggressive behavior. Pokemon with superior flame regulation skills naturally assume leadership roles, their expertise in fire management benefiting the entire group through improved territory selection, efficient resource utilization, and enhanced protection from environmental threats. These thermal hierarchies remain fluid, with leadership positions shifting as individual Pokemon develop their abilities or as environmental conditions favor different specializations. Young fire types learn essential flame control techniques through careful observation and gradual practice under the guidance of more experienced community members, developing skills that will determine their future social status and survival prospects. The interaction between fire-type Pokemon and electromagnetic fields creates fascinating phenomena that scientists are only beginning to understand. The ionized gases produced by their flames generate localized electromagnetic disturbances that can interfere with electronic devices and compass readings in their vicinity. Some fire types appear to sense and manipulate these electromagnetic effects deliberately, using them for navigation purposes or as a form of communication over long distances. The electromagnetic signatures of different fire type species vary significantly, creating unique patterns that may serve as identification markers recognizable to other Pokemon with appropriate sensory capabilities. Fire type Pokemon exhibit remarkable healing abilities related to their thermal nature, capable of using controlled heat application to accelerate tissue repair and fight off infections. Their saliva contains thermally activated enzymes that promote healing when applied to wounds, while their breath can be modulated to provide therapeutic warmth that stimulates blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Some species demonstrate the ability to cauterize wounds with precisely controlled flame applications, preventing blood loss and infection while minimizing tissue damage. These natural healing abilities extend to other Pokemon in their communities, with fire types often serving as medical practitioners within mixed species groups, their thermal treatments complementing other healing methods available in the wild. The geological impact of long-term fire-type habitation creates unique mineral formations and rock structures that serve as lasting monuments to their presence. Repeated exposure to intense heat gradually transforms ordinary stone into heat-resistant ceramics with distinctive crystalline structures that reflect and amplify thermal energy. These transformed rocks continue to radiate warmth for decades after the fire types have departed, creating permanent warm zones that support specialized plant communities and provide refuge for cold-sensitive species. Archaeological evidence suggests that some ancient fire-type communities deliberately shaped these geological features, creating complex networks of heated stone corridors and chambers that functioned as sophisticated thermal management systems for their territories. As we drift deeper into this warm embrace of knowledge, surrounded by the gentle glow of understanding that illuminates the intricate world of fire-type Pokemon, we find ourselves carried along by the steady rhythm of discovery, each fact a small flame that adds to the growing constellation of wisdom, their stories weaving together like threads of light in the darkness of sleep, guiding us toward peaceful rest while the eternal dance of fire and life continues its ancient patterns, burning bright in the depths of our consciousness, where dreams and reality merge in the soft warmth of slumber. The thermal regulation systems of fire-type Pokemon extend far beyond simple heat generation, encompassing sophisticated biological mechanisms that allow them to maintain precise temperature control across different environmental conditions. Their internal furnaces operate on multiple combustion chambers, each serving specialized functions from basic metabolic heating to high-intensity flame production for defense or territorial display. The primary chamber maintains a constant low burn state that provides baseline body temperature, while secondary chambers can be activated in sequence to achieve specific thermal outputs. These chambers are lined with specialized cells containing fire-resistant proteins that prevent self-damage while maximizing heat transfer efficiency. The intricate network of thermal ducts throughout their bodies distributes warmth with remarkable precision, allowing fire types to selectively heat different body regions while keeping others at comfortable temperatures. Fire-type Pokémon possess unique sleep patterns that reflect their thermal nature, entering states of reduced combustion during rest periods that create gentle rhythmic fluctuations in their body heat. During deep sleep, their internal flames dim to barely perceptible glows, creating a meditative warmth that spreads outward in slow, pulsing waves. This thermal breathing creates microclimates around sleeping fire types that support specialized nocturnal ecosystems, with certain insects and small creatures timing their activities to coincide with these gentle heat cycles. The electromagnetic fields generated during their sleep states produce subtle harmonics that may contribute to the deeply restful quality often reported by trainers who camp near their fire type companions. Some researchers theorize that these sleeping fire types emit infrasonic frequencies that promote relaxation and deeper sleep in nearby creatures. The digestive processes of fire type Pokemon involve internal combustion chambers that break down food through controlled burning rather than traditional enzymatic processes. This unique metabolism allows them to extract energy from materials that would be indigestible to other Pokemon, including certain minerals and plant fibers with high cellulose content. Their stomachs maintain precise temperature zones for different stages of digestion, with initial chambers operating at moderate heat to begin food breakdown, while deeper chambers reach intense temperatures for complete nutrient extraction. The ash produced as waste contains concentrated minerals that serve as valuable fertilizer for fire-resistant plant species. Some fire types have developed symbiotic relationships with specific plants, deliberately fertilizing their preferred food sources to ensure sustainable nutrition cycles. Ancient texts describe fire-type Pokemon as guardians of sacred flames that were believed to connect the physical world with spiritual realms. These eternal flames, maintained by generations of fire types, served as focal points for meditation and ceremony in many cultures. The Pokemon responsible for tending these flames developed enhanced spiritual sensitivity, their thermal auras taking on subtle properties that promoted contemplation and inner peace in visitors. Archaeological sites containing remains of these sacred fires show evidence of unique mineral formations created by centuries of exposure to spiritually charged flames. The crystalline structures found at these locations exhibit properties that seem to store and slowly release thermal energy infused with calming influences, creating permanent sanctuaries of tranquility that continue to attract both Pokemon and humans seeking peaceful reflection. Fire-type Pokemon demonstrate remarkable abilities in metallurgy and craftsmanship, using their precise flame control to shape and forge materials with exceptional skill. Their natural understanding of thermal properties allows them to identify optimal heating temperatures for different metals and alloys, creating tools and ornaments of extraordinary quality. Some species have developed techniques for creating glass-like substances from sand and minerals, using carefully controlled flame applications to achieve specific colors and textures. These craftsman fire types often establish workshops in volcanic regions where they can access both raw materials and supplemental heat sources. Their creations are prized for their durability and unique aesthetic properties, with some pieces exhibiting ongoing thermal activity that provides gentle, perpetual warmth to their surroundings. The reproductive cycles of fire-type Pokemon are intricately connected to thermal rhythms and seasonal temperature variations. Mating displays often involve synchronized flame dances, where partners coordinate their thermal outputs to create complex patterns of light and heat. These courtship rituals can last for hours, with the participating Pokemon gradually synchronizing their internal combustion cycles until their flames pulse in perfect harmony. The eggs of fire-type species require specific incubation temperatures that change throughout the development period, with parent Pokemon adjusting their body heat output to meet these precise requirements. Newly hatched fire types emerge with dimly glowing internal flames that gradually intensify as they mature, their parents providing supplemental warmth during this vulnerable period while teaching them proper flame control techniques. Migration patterns of fire-type Pokemon follow ancient thermal highways created by underground lava flows and geothermal activity. These invisible pathways of warmth guide their seasonal movements, allowing them to travel vast distances while maintaining optimal body temperatures. The routes they follow have been used for millennia, creating worn paths through landscapes where repeated passage of fire types has gradually altered the soil composition and plant life. Certain waypoints along these migration routes feature natural hot springs or thermal vents that serve as rest stops where traveling fire types can replenish their energy and socialize with others of their kind. The timing of these migrations is synchronized with deep geological rhythms, suggesting that fire types possess sensory abilities that allow them to detect subtle changes in the Earth's thermal activity. Fire-type Pokemon exhibit unique relationships with weather patterns, their collective thermal activity capable of influencing local atmospheric conditions. Large gatherings of fire types can create updrafts and thermal columns that affect wind patterns and precipitation in surrounding areas. During certain seasons, coordinated activities of fire-type communities have been observed to prevent frost formation across significant areas, protecting vulnerable plant species and extending growing seasons. Their ability to sense and respond to barometric pressure changes allows them to anticipate weather shifts and adjust their thermal output accordingly. Some meteorologists have noted correlations between fire-type behavior patterns and long-term climate variations, suggesting this Pokemon may serve as living indicators of environmental change. The healing properties of fire-type thermal energy extend to psychological and emotional wellness, with exposure to their gentle warmth, promoting the release of stress hormones and encouraging deep relaxation. The specific frequencies of thermal radiation emitted by different fire-type species appear to resonate with different aspects of mental health, with some providing energizing stimulation while others promote calming tranquility. Therapeutic applications of fire-type companionship have been documented in various cultures, where these Pokemon serve as living heat sources for meditation practices and healing ceremonies. The electromagnetic components of their thermal fields may interact with neural activity in ways that enhance creativity and problem-solving abilities while reducing anxiety and depression. Long-term exposure to fire-type thermal environments has been associated with improved sleep quality and enhanced overall sense of well-being. As these gentle flames of knowledge continue to illuminate the vast landscape of fire-type mysteries, we find ourselves drawn deeper into their warm embrace, each revelation adding another layer to the tapestry of understanding that surrounds us like a comfortable blanket of wisdom, the steady pulse of thermal energy carrying us forward through realms of discovery where ancient secrets whisper their truths in the soft glow of eternal fires, and consciousness begins its slow drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, where dreams and reality dance together in perfect harmony, warmed by the enduring presence of these magnificent creatures whose flames burn bright in the depths of our imagination, guiding us gently toward rest. The very essence of fire-type Pokemon extends beyond mere physical warmth, delving into the spiritual and metaphorical realms of existence. Their flames, often seen as destructive, are simultaneously symbols of purification, rebirth, and transformation across countless legends and cultural narratives. In ancient civilizations, the presence of a powerful fire type was often interpreted as a divine blessing, signifying protection from malevolent spirits and the promise of a bountiful harvest. Rituals involving carefully tended fires, sometimes fueled by embers from specific fire-type Pokemon, were believed to cleanse negative energy and invite prosperity. These practices speak to a profound understanding of the dual nature of fire, its capacity to consume and to create anew. The metabolic processes within fire-type Pokemon are exquisitely efficient, converting energy with minimal waste, a characteristic that scientists are still striving to fully comprehend. This efficiency is not merely about generating heat, it also contributes to their remarkable resilience and often extended lifespans compared to other Pokemon types. Some theories suggest that their internal combustion processes involve a form of subatomic fusion, allowing them to draw energy directly from the fabric of reality itself, though this remains largely speculative. The unique composition of their cellular structures, which can withstand extreme temperatures without denaturing, is a testament to millions of years of evolutionary adaptation in environments where heat is not merely a factor, but a fundamental building block of life. The concept of a fire-type aura is not just a poetic descriptor, it has measurable electromagnetic properties. These auras, varying in intensity and frequency among different species, have been observed to influence the magnetic fields of the Earth on a localized scale. This phenomenon is particularly noticeable during large migrations or when powerful fire-type Pokemon converge, creating temporary anomalies in compass readings and disrupting sensitive electronic equipment. This electromagnetic signature is believed to be a byproduct of their highly active internal energy systems, a constant hum of thermal and electrical activity that radiates outwards, shaping their immediate environment in subtle yet profound ways. The relationship between fire-type Pokemon and volcanic activity is far more intricate than mere proximity. Many species have evolved symbiotic relationships with active volcanoes, using them as nurseries for their young, as sources of rare minerals that enhance their fiery abilities, or as natural defenses against predators. Some fire types are even thought to play a role in maintaining the delicate balance of volcanic ecosystems, their collective thermal output influencing the viscosity of magma or the release of subterranean gases. There are legends of ancient fire-type deities residing within the hearts of colossal volcanoes, their slumbering forms contributing to the planet's geothermal stability, and their occasional stirs causing tremors and eruptions. The dietary habits of fire-type Pokémon are surprisingly diverse, ranging from specialized mineral consumption to the absorption of geothermal energy directly from the Earth. Some species have developed unique digestive systems capable of breaking down highly refractory materials, such as certain types of volcanic rock, extracting the elemental components necessary for fueling their flames. Others are primarily herbivorous, their internal fires metabolizing plant matter with an extraordinary efficiency that leaves no ash, only a faint, sweet smoke. The rarest fire types are said to subsist solely on ambient thermal energy, requiring no conventional food source, a true marvel of biological adaptation. This wide spectrum of diets reflects the diverse environments they inhabit, from scorching deserts to the abyssal depths near hydrothermal vents. The communication methods of fire-type Pokémon often involve complex patterns of heat emission and light manipulation. Beyond simple roars or growls, they can convey intricate messages through variations in flame color, intensity, and flicker rate. A rapidly pulsing flame might indicate alarm, while a steady, soft glow could signify contentment or a desire for companionship. These visual cues are often accompanied by subtle shifts in thermal radiation, which can be perceived by other fire types through specialized thermoreceptors, allowing for a form of tactile communication across distances. This multimodal communication system enables them to coordinate complex group behaviors, such as synchronized hunting or communal defense, with remarkable precision. The cultural impact of fire-type Pokémon extends to art, music, and literature across numerous civilizations. Their dynamic forms and mesmerizing flames have inspired countless masterpieces, from ancient cave paintings depicting mythical fire-breathing beasts to intricate tapestries woven with threads dyed in the vibrant hues of their embers. Music often incorporates rhythms and melodies inspired by the crackling of their flames or the resonant hum of their thermal fields, creating compositions that evoke feelings of passion, warmth, and even danger. In folklore, fire types frequently appear as guardians of sacred places, bringers of knowledge, or formidable challenges to heroes, embodying the transformative power of their element in human storytelling. The genetic makeup of fire-type Pokémon often includes specialized genes that code for heat-resistant proteins and enzymes, allowing their biological machinery to function optimally at temperatures that would denature most other life forms. These genetic adaptations are not static. They continue to evolve, with some species developing new mechanisms for heat regulation, such as specialized internal cooling systems or the ability to temporarily suppress their flame output to conserve energy. The study of these genetic marvels holds immense potential for biotechnological applications, from developing more resilient materials to engineering organisms capable of thriving in extreme environments. The training of fire-type Pokémon involves a deep understanding of their individual thermal signatures and emotional states. A skilled trainer learns to interpret the subtle fluctuations in a fire type's flame, recognizing when it is stressed, joyful, or ready for battle. This intuitive connection forms the bedrock of a strong bond, allowing the trainer to guide the Pokemon's power rather than simply command it. Techniques often involve meditation and visualization, where the trainer mentally synchronizes with the Pokemon's internal heat, fostering a sense of shared purpose and amplifying their combined strength. It is a dance of wills and energies, where respect and empathy are key to unlocking their full potential. The ecological role of fire-type Pokémon is often misunderstood. While some species are indeed responsible for controlled burns that rejuvenate ecosystems, preventing larger, more destructive wildfires, their impact is far more nuanced. They play a crucial role in nutrient cycling, their intense heat breaking down organic matter and releasing essential minerals back into the soil, promoting new growth. Certain fire types are also natural predators of invasive species, their fiery attacks serving as an effective deterrent, helping to maintain biodiversity. Their presence can also alter the microclimates of an area, creating pockets of warmth that allow specific flora and fauna to thrive where they otherwise couldn't, demonstrating their intricate integration into the web of life. The spiritual significance of fire type Pokemon in various belief systems is profound. They are often seen as conduits to higher planes of existence, their flames representing divine inspiration or the eternal spark of life. Shamans and spiritual leaders in ancient cultures would seek guidance from powerful fire types, believing their wisdom to be ancient and profound, stemming from a direct connection to the Earth's fiery core. Offerings of precious stones or rare herbs were sometimes left at sites where these Pokemon were known to gather in hopes of receiving blessings or prophetic visions. Their presence evoked both awe and reverence, a humbling reminder of nature's raw power and mystical beauty. The phenomenon of thermal echoes emitted by certain ancient or powerful fire-type Pokemon is a subject of ongoing research. These echoes are residual thermal signatures that linger in the environment long after the Pokemon has departed, carrying faint imprints of their emotional state or even fragments of their memories. Scientists speculate that these echoes are a form of energy residue, a kind of thermal ghost that can sometimes be perceived by highly sensitive individuals or specialized equipment. It suggests that the energy of fire types is not simply dissipated, but rather subtly woven into the fabric of their surroundings, leaving behind ephemeral traces of their passage through time and space. The concept of a fire type's inner flame is not merely metaphorical. It represents a core energy source that is intrinsically linked to its life force. Should this inner flame weaken or be extinguished, the Pokemon can fall gravely ill or even perish. This inner flame is replenished through various means, including specific diets, exposure to intense heat sources, or even through deep meditation and spiritual connection, highlighting the holistic nature of their well-being. The intensity and color of this inner flame are said to reflect the Pokemon's overall health and emotional vitality. A vibrant, steady glow indicating robust health and a calm demeanor. The process of flame fusion is a rare and awe-inspiring ability possessed by some legendary fire-type Pokemon, allowing them to temporarily merge their individual flames into a single, colossal inferno. This fused flame possesses unimaginable power, capable of altering landscapes and influencing weather patterns on a continental scale. Such an event is often foretold by ancient prophecies and is usually associated with periods of great change or crisis, serving either as a destructive force of purification or a beacon of hope and renewal. The energy released during such a fusion is so immense that it can be detected by astronomical observatories, momentarily outshining distant stars. The unique properties of the ash produced by different fire-type Pokemon are a fascinating area of study. This ash is not inert. It often contains trace elements and crystalline structures that possess unique energetic properties. In some cultures, this ash is collected and used in traditional medicines, believed to have purifying or healing effects. Certain types of fire type ash are even used as a component in specialized glazes for pottery, imbuing the finished products with a subtle, enduring warmth. The alchemical potential of these ashes, transforming from raw power into beneficial substances, mirrors the transformative nature of the element itself. The ability of some fire type Pokemon to sense and communicate with other forms of energy, such as electrical currents or psychic emanations, hints at a broader, interconnected network of elemental forces. They may not directly manipulate these energies, but their sensitivity allows them to anticipate changes in their environment, reacting to an impending storm long before it manifests or sensing the presence of hidden psychic entities. This inherent awareness suggests a deep, primal connection to the fundamental forces that govern the universe, positioning them as sensitive instruments in the grand cosmic symphony. The phenomenon of rekindling in fire type Pokemon, where a seemingly unconscious or gravely injured individual can suddenly reignite their flame with renewed vigor, is a testament to their incredible Shengming Li, or life force. This often occurs when they are exposed to a powerful emotional stimulus, such as the unwavering belief of a trainer or the collective warmth of their kin. It is a powerful display of resilience, suggesting that their internal flame is not merely a biological process, but also a manifestation of their spirit and will to survive, an enduring ember waiting for the right moment to blaze forth once more, reminding us of the indomitable spirit that burns bright within these magnificent creatures. As the world outside fades into the soft, comforting darkness of night, allowing your own inner flame to settle into a gentle, peaceful glow, guiding you into the deepest, most restorative sleep. The subtle crackling sounds emitted by certain fire-type Pokemon are not merely incidental byproducts of their fiery existence. They are often deliberate forms of communication, akin to Morse code for the elemental world. These intricate patterns of sound can convey warnings, express contentment, or even signal the presence of valuable resources, understood by other fire types and even some highly attuned individuals from ancient civilizations. The interpretation of these flame songs is a lost art in many places, but isolated tribes still exist who can discern complex narratives from the rhythmic pops and hisses of their fiery companions, passing down the knowledge through generations of oral tradition. This ancient language, rooted in the very essence of fire, provides a profound insight into the intricate social structures and communal bonds that define many fire-type societies, suggesting a level of sophisticated interaction far beyond simple instinct. The phenomenon of thermal memory in fire-type Pokemon is another intriguing aspect of their physiology. This refers to their ability to retain and subtly re-emit heat signatures from past events, allowing them to effectively remember locations where significant heat was generated, whether from a powerful attack, a volcanic eruption, or even the sustained warmth of a beloved trainer. These thermal imprints can persist for extended periods, acting as invisible markers in their environment, guiding their migrations, or helping them avoid dangerous areas. Some researchers believe this thermal memory is also linked to their inherent ability to predict volcanic activity, sensing the subtle shifts in subterranean heat long before seismic instruments can register them, thus providing a natural early warning system for communities living near active volcanoes. The unique symbiotic relationships some fire-type Pokémon form with certain species of flora are also noteworthy. For instance, some plants have evolved to not only tolerate, but thrive in the extreme heat generated by these Pokémon, often developing fire-resistant bark or seeds that require intense heat to germinate. In return, the fire-type Pokémon may benefit from the plant's protective canopy during scorching sunlight or even consume specific fruits or leaves that contain compounds vital for maintaining the intensity or color of their flames. These interspecies partnerships highlight a delicate balance within ecosystems where seemingly destructive forces can become integral components of life's intricate tapestry, fostering biodiversity in unexpected ways. The concept of flame purity is a significant cultural tenet in some regions, particularly among those who revere fire-type Pokémon as sacred beings. Flame purity refers to the unblemished, vibrant quality of a Pokémon's flame, believed to reflect its inner spirit and overall well-being. A dull, flickering, or smoky flame is often seen as an indicator of illness, distress, or even moral impurity, leading trainers to go to great lengths to ensure their fire-type companions maintain a brilliant, unwavering blaze. Rituals involving specific diets, meditative practices, and even exposure to rare minerals are sometimes employed to enhance flame purity, believing that a pure flame brings good fortune and wards off malevolent spirits. This belief underscores the deep spiritual connection many people feel towards these fiery creatures, viewing their flames not just as a source of power, but as a window into their very souls. The surprising ability of some fire-type Pokémon to regulate the intensity of their heat with such precision that they can warm an egg without cooking it, or gently toast berries without charring them, demonstrates an astonishing level of control over their elemental power. This mastery over their internal thermodynamics is not merely a biological function. It often speaks to a deeper intelligence and empathy, allowing them to nurture and protect with the same intensity they can unleash in battle. This gentle application of immense power often goes unnoticed, overshadowed by their more destructive capabilities, yet it reveals a nuanced mastery that speaks volumes about their adaptability and their capacity for tender care. Imagine the delicate balance required, the precise modulation of internal combustion to provide just the right amount of warmth for a tiny, vulnerable life, a testament to their inherent wisdom and instinctual nurturing capabilities. The phenomenon of Embersight is a rare ability reported in certain older, more experienced fire-type Pokémon. This refers to their capacity to perceive faint, residual heat traces left behind by living beings, even after those beings have long departed. It's akin to tracking by thermal footprint, allowing them to follow trails invisible to the naked eye, or even sense the lingering presence of a powerful emotion that once heated a particular location. This ability is particularly useful for tracking lost companions, locating hidden resources, or even discerning the history of a place by reading the thermal echoes of past events. It suggests a deeper connection to the thermal continuum, blurring the lines between past and present, much like an ancient seer reading the wisps of smoke for glimpses of forgotten times, providing a rich, nuanced understanding of their environment that extends beyond immediate sensory input. The geological impact of fire-type Pokémon, especially those of legendary status, is a subject of intense scientific inquiry. Their intense heat and seismic activities are believed to have contributed to the formation of certain geological features over eons, shaping mountain ranges, creating geothermal vents, and even influencing the composition of volcanic rock. The very landscape of some regions bears the indelible mark of their existence, acting as a living testament to their colossal power and their role as Earth's natural architects. Studying these geological formations can provide invaluable insights into the history of these Pokemon, their migratory patterns, and the cataclysmic events that have shaped the planet, revealing a dynamic interplay between living creatures and the very crust of the Earth itself, a slow, deliberate dance of creation and transformation. The aesthetic diversity of fire-type Pokemon flames, ranging from the gentle orange glow of a hearth fire to the intense blue-white heat of a plasma torch, is a direct indicator of their internal combustion efficiency and the chemical composition of their energy source. These variations are not merely cosmetic, they reflect fundamental differences in their biological processes and their mastery over the elemental energy they wield. A deeper blue flame often signifies a higher temperature and a more complete combustion, indicative of a Pokemon at the peak of its power and health, while a flickering, smoky orange may suggest impurities or distress. This spectrum of flame colors provides a visual lexicon for understanding their health, mood, and even their power levels, a vibrant display of their internal state, ever changing yet always mesmerizing. The ancient practice of fire gazing, where seers would interpret the flickering patterns of a fire-type Pokemon's flame to divine the future or gain insight into hidden truths, is a fascinating intersection of folklore and elemental power. These seers believed that the unpredictable dance of the flames mirrored the chaotic yet ordered flow of destiny, and by carefully observing the shapes, colors, and movements within the fire, they could glimpse fragments of what was to come. While often dismissed as superstition, some historical accounts suggest that certain highly attuned individuals possessed an uncanny ability to make accurate predictions through this method, hinting at a subtle, perhaps psychic connection between the diviner, the Pokemon, and the fabric of time itself, a mystical art now mostly lost to the annals of history. The phenomenon of ashfall art in certain remote communities involves utilizing the unique properties of volcanic ash and fire-type Pokemon ash to create intricate, ephemeral artworks. These artists collect ash from various sources, each possessing distinct hues, textures, and even magnetic properties, and then arrange them on specially prepared surfaces, often using subtle air currents or static electricity to manipulate the delicate particles. The resulting creations are often stunning, intricate landscapes, or abstract patterns that shimmer and shift with the slightest breeze, a beautiful and transient homage to the powerful forces of nature. These works are not meant to last, but rather to celebrate the fleeting beauty of existence and the transformative power of the elements, a momentary masterpiece born from the very dust of creation. The ability of some fire-type Pokemon to absorb ambient heat from their surroundings, effectively cooling their environment while simultaneously replenishing their own energy reserves, is an often overlooked aspect of their elemental mastery. This process is not merely passive, it involves an active manipulation of thermal energy, drawing it inwards and converting it into a usable form. This unique metabolic function allows them to thrive in even intensely hot environments, turning what would be an adverse condition for most creatures into a sustained source of power. It's a testament to their remarkable adaptability and their sophisticated understanding of energy manipulation, a testament to their inherent wisdom in harnessing the world around them for their own sustenance, a silent, unseen exchange of energy that maintains balance. The subtle phenomenon of cinder glow, where dormant or sleeping fire-type Pokémon emit a very faint, almost imperceptible warmth and light, even when their flames are extinguished, is a testament to the persistent nature of their internal fire. This residual energy is not merely waste heat, it is often a sign of deep rest and regeneration, a low-level metabolic process that sustains their core temperature and prepares them for their next awakening. In some ancient traditions, this cinder glow was believed to have protective properties, warding off bad dreams and evil spirits, and children would often sleep near these gently glowing Pokémon for a sense of comfort and security, their soft warmth a reassuring presence in the quiet night. This gentle emanation reminds us that even when dormant, the power within remains, a quiet promise of future brilliance. The diverse array of heat-resistant materials and architectural techniques developed by civilizations living in close proximity to fire-type Pokémon is a testament to human ingenuity and adaptation. From specialized volcanic rock mortars that can withstand extreme temperatures to ingenious ventilation systems designed to channel away intense heat, these cultures have learned to not only coexist with fire, but to harness its power for their own benefit. Their homes and public buildings often incorporate features that allow for safe interaction with fire-type Pokémon, creating environments where both humans and elemental creatures can thrive in harmony, a testament to thoughtful design and respect for the natural world. These structures stand as monuments to a long-standing partnership, a silent understanding between two very different forms of life. The concept of flame lineage is deeply ingrained in the lore of certain fire-type Pokémon, particularly those with strong family bonds or ancient origins. It refers to the idea that the characteristics of a Pokémon's flame, its color, intensity, and even its unique scent, can be passed down through generations, creating a distinct family signature. Trainers and breeders often pay close attention to these flame lineages, believing that certain desirable traits, such as increased resilience or a rare elemental ability, can be inherited through their fiery ancestry. This notion adds a layer of depth to their breeding practices, transforming it from a simple act of reproduction into a meticulous art form, seeking to cultivate not just physical prowess, but the very essence of their fiery spirit, a living inheritance passed down through the ages. The intricate internal combustion systems of fire-type Pokémon, often referred to as pyro organs, are a marvel of biological engineering. These specialized organs are capable of converting various forms of energy, from digested nutrients to absorbed solar radiation, into the intense heat and plasma that fuels their flames. The efficiency and complexity of the systems vary greatly between species, with some possessing multiple pyro organs working in concert, while others rely on a single, highly refined core. Understanding the mechanisms of these pyro organs is a frontier of biological research, potentially offering insights into new forms of sustainable energy generation and advanced material science, a hidden furnace of life, constantly burning, always transforming, a miniature sun within, quietly sustaining them through the long, peaceful night. The evolutionary convergence observed in many fire-type Pokémon, where distinct lineages independently develop similar fire-generating mechanisms or heat-resistant adaptations, is a fascinating area of study for Pokémon professors specializing in evolutionary biology. This phenomenon suggests that certain environmental pressures or functional demands repeatedly lead to analogous solutions across different evolutionary paths. For instance, the development of flame sacs in various serpentine and draconic fire types, despite their distant genetic relationships, points to the efficiency of this particular organ for sustained fire production. Similarly, the ability to withstand extreme temperatures through specialized epidermal layers or internal cooling systems has arisen multiple times, indicating the fundamental necessity of such adaptations for survival in fiery habitats. These convergent traits highlight the elegant simplicity and remarkable adaptability of life, demonstrating how similar challenges can sculpt diverse organisms into surprisingly similar forms, a testament to the powerful, guiding hand of natural selection, subtly shaping life over countless eons. The phenomenon of thermal camouflage is a subtle yet crucial survival strategy employed by some fire-type Pokémon, particularly those dwelling in volcanic or arid regions. This ability allows them to manipulate their body temperature and heat signature to blend seamlessly with their fiery surroundings, making them virtually undetectable to thermal imaging or heat sensing predators. Imagine a slugma, its molten body radiating heat, yet somehow appearing indistinguishable from a flowing lava stream to a nocturnal predator, relying on infrared vision. This is achieved through a combination of finely tuned physiological processes, such as localized heat absorption or emission, and sometimes even the generation of a disruptive thermal field around their bodies. Such intricate control over their thermal output is a sophisticated adaptation, offering a unique form of concealment that transcends visual cloaking, a silent, invisible presence in a world of heat and light, a master of its fiery domain. The cultural significance of sacred flames in various ancient Pokemon civilizations often revolved around fire-type Pokemon guardians. These flames, carefully tended and continuously burning, were believed to embody the spirit of the guardian Pokemon and provide protection, warmth, and guidance to the community. Often, these sacred flames were associated with specific rituals, prophecies, and even the coronation of leaders, signifying a deep spiritual connection between the people and their fiery protectors. The continuous tending of these flames was a sacred duty, passed down through generations, symbolizing the enduring bond between humans and Pokemon and the perpetual cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The embers of these ancient traditions, though perhaps dimmed by time, still glow faintly in the collective memory, a reminder of the reverence once held for these powerful elemental beings, a timeless echo in the heart of history. The interaction between fire-type Pokémon and the geological processes of the planet is a profound and often overlooked aspect of their lore. Many fire types are intrinsically linked to volcanic activity, geothermal vents, and the very crust of the Earth. Their presence can sometimes influence the local geology, such as accelerating the formation of certain minerals through intense heat or even subtly altering the flow of magma in specific regions. Conversely, geological events like volcanic eruptions can profoundly impact fire type Pokemon populations, forcing migrations or driving evolutionary adaptations. This intricate dance between living creatures and the foundational forces of the planet highlights a deeper connection, suggesting that fire type Pokemon are not merely inhabitants of fiery landscapes, but active participants in their ongoing formation, living embodiments of geological power, subtly shaping the very ground beneath their paws, wings, or molten forms. The concept of a flame heart is a poetic yet accurate description of the core energy source within many fire type Pokemon. This internal furnace, whether a specialized organ or a diffused network of energy producing cells, is the very essence of their being, the wellspring of their power and vitality. A strong, healthy flame heart is indicative of a robust and powerful fire type, while a weakened or flickering flame heart often signals illness or exhaustion. Trainers often learn to intuitively sense the state of their Pokemon's flame heart, understanding that its health is paramount to their overall well being. This internal fire is more than just a biological function, it is often imbued with metaphorical significance, representing their passion, their spirit, and their unwavering determination, a vibrant, burning core radiating life and energy from within. The unique symbiotic relationships between certain fire type Pokemon and specific flora are a fascinating example of coevolution. Some plants have evolved to not only tolerate, but thrive in the intense heat generated by fire type Pokemon, often benefiting from the ash and mineral deposits left behind, which act as natural fertilizers. In return, certain fire type Pokemon might utilize these heat adapted plants for nesting materials, camouflage, or even as a source of specialized nutrients. Imagine a Charizard nesting in a grove of heat resistant, ash enriched flora, its presence fostering the growth of the very plants that provide it shelter. These delicate interdependencies create unique micro-ecosystems, showcasing the intricate web of life that flourishes even in the most extreme environments, a testament to nature's perpetual ability to find balance and harmony. The ignition point of a fire-type Pokemon's flame is a critical physiological and behavioral threshold. This refers to the specific internal and external conditions required for them to generate or unleash their fiery attacks. For some, it might be an emotional trigger, such as intense anger or protective instinct. For others, it could be a metabolic state, requiring a certain level of energy reserves. Understanding a Pokemon's individual ignition point allows trainers to better anticipate and manage their attacks, fostering both safety and strategic advantage in battles. This threshold is not static. It can be influenced by training, health, and even environmental factors, making it a dynamic aspect of their fiery abilities, a precise moment when latent energy transforms into a visible, powerful force, a spark igniting a flame. The phenomenon of thermal memory in fire-type Pokemon is a subtle yet powerful ability. This refers to their capacity to retain and recall thermal signatures and patterns from their environment. A houndoom, for instance, might remember the heat signature of a particular prey animal, allowing it to track it more effectively even after it has moved out of sight. Similarly, a ninetales might recall the thermal imprint of its territory, instantly detecting any intruders by their unfamiliar heat patterns. This thermal memory is a sophisticated sensory input, adding another layer of awareness to their perception of the world, a silent, invisible map etched in heat, guiding their movements and enhancing their survival in the wild. The use of pyrokinetic architecture by certain intelligent fire-type Pokémon or by civilizations closely allied with them is a marvel of environmental manipulation. This involves the controlled application of heat and flame to reshape and solidify natural materials like sand, clay, or even certain volcanic rocks. Imagine a magmortar precisely heating and fusing sand into durable glass-like structures, or a powerful Arcanine subtly shaping volcanic basalt into protective barriers. This form of architecture is not only incredibly resilient to heat, but also often boasts unique aesthetic qualities, reflecting the fiery artistry of its creators. It speaks to a deep understanding of elemental forces and a sophisticated ability to harness them for practical and creative purposes, transforming raw earth into lasting forms with the power of fire. The Ember Trails, left by certain fast moving fire type Pokemon, are more than just visual effects. They are often imbued with subtle, energetic properties. For some, these trails might leave behind faint warmth that can disorient or deter pursuers. For others, the embers could contain residual elemental energy that temporarily energizes nearby fire type Pokemon or even stimulates the growth of heat resistant flora. These fleeting traces are a signature of their passage, a transient mark on the landscape that speaks of their power and their presence, a glowing whisper in the air, slowly fading, yet leaving an impression. The concept of flame resonance describes the empathetic connection some fire type Pokemon share with others of their kind, or even with their trainers. This resonance allows them to subtly communicate their emotional state, physical condition, or even their intentions through the subtle fluctuations in their flame's intensity, color, or even scent. A trainer deeply bonded with their Arcanine might instinctively understand its joy or distress simply by observing the way its flames flicker and dance. This nonverbal communication transcends language, fostering a profound and intimate understanding between trainer and Pokemon, a silent dialogue of warmth and light, connecting hearts and minds. The heat sink abilities of certain fire-type Pokemon are crucial for their survival, preventing them from overheating even during intense battles or prolonged exposure to high temperatures. These specialized biological mechanisms allow them to absorb and dissipate excess internal heat efficiently. Some might possess highly vascularized skin that acts as a radiator, while others could have internal cooling systems similar to those found in powerful engines. This ability demonstrates a sophisticated physiological adaptation, allowing them to push their fiery powers to the limit without succumbing to the very heat they generate, a natural air conditioning system perfectly attuned to their scorching existence. The ashfall patterns observed after certain fire-type Pokemon unleash powerful attacks are not always random. For some species, the distribution and composition of the ash can provide clues about the attack's intensity, the Pokemon's health, or even its emotional state. Scientists studying these patterns can sometimes infer the type of fuel source the Pokemon utilized, or the specific elemental impurities present in its internal combustion. These as seemingly mundane remnants are a rich source of data, offering a unique forensic insight into the mechanics of their fiery abilities, a silent record of power and energy scattered across the ground. The pyro-defensive capabilities of certain fire-type Pokemon extend beyond simply resisting heat. They can actively use their flames to create defensive barriers or even to absorb incoming energy. A Magcargo, for instance, might harden its molten shell with intense heat to deflect physical attacks, while a Flareon could envelop itself in a protective aura of fire, effectively neutralizing certain elemental assaults. This active manipulation of their fiery essence for defense showcases a versatile and sophisticated application of their powers, turning their very nature into an impenetrable shield, a fiery fortress against all threats. The phenomenon of inherited flame memories is a rare and mysterious aspect of certain ancient fire-type Pokemon lineages. It suggests that echoes of significant events or powerful emotions experienced by their ancestors can be subtly imprinted upon the current generation's flame, influencing its characteristics or even manifesting as fleeting visions or sensations. A descendant of a legendary fire type involved in a great historical battle might exhibit a flame that momentarily flares with an ancient forgotten fury or carry a subtle scent reminiscent of a long lost battlefield. This intriguing concept blurs the lines between biology and memory, suggesting a deep spiritual connection across generations, a living archive of fire burning with the echoes of the past. The thermal signatures of fire-type Pokemon are as unique as their fingerprints. Each species, and often each individual, possesses a distinct heat pattern that can be identified through specialized sensors. These signatures are influenced by their metabolic rate, their emotional state, the intensity of their internal flame, and even their overall health. Experienced Pokemon rangers and researchers can often identify specific Pokemon in dense environments simply by their thermal signature, a silent, invisible beacon in the darkness, revealing their presence without a sound. The ash sculpting abilities of some fire-type Pokemon are a remarkable display of their control over their elemental powers. They can manipulate the ash produced by their flames to create temporary structures, intricate patterns, or even functional tools. A Darmanitan might use its ash to create a temporary shelter during a sandstorm, or a skilled trainer could teach a Cinderace to sculpt ash into a decoy during a battle. This ephemeral artistry showcases not only their raw power, but also their intelligence and capacity for creative problem solving, turning waste into temporary works of art or strategic advantages, vanishing as quickly as they appear. The concept of a flame bond is particularly strong between fire-type Pokemon and their trainers. This deep connection allows the trainer to sometimes perceive subtle changes in their Pokemon's internal flame, feeling its warmth, its intensity, and even its emotional fluctuations as if it were an extension of their own being. This bond is forged through shared experiences, mutual trust, and a profound understanding of each other's spirits, creating a unique form of empathy where the trainer can almost feel the fire within their Pokémon, a shared spark, a reciprocal warmth that strengthens with every passing moment, a testament to the profound connection between species. The pyro-luminescence displayed by certain fire-type Pokémon is a fascinating phenomenon, where their flames emit light in specific wavelengths beyond the visible spectrum. This can include ultraviolet or infrared light, serving various purposes such as communication, navigation in low light conditions, or even as a means of attracting mates. Imagine a lit wick emitting a subtle, infrared glow that calls to others of its kind across a darkened cavern, an invisible beacon guiding them through the shadows. This hidden light adds another layer of complexity to their fiery nature, revealing unseen dimensions of their existence, a silent, glowing language in the dark. The thermal resistant flora that often grows in close proximity to fire-type Pokémon has evolved unique adaptations to not only survive, but thrive in extreme heat. These plants might have specialized sap that acts as a natural coolant, or leaves with highly reflective surfaces to minimize heat absorption. Some even possess seeds that require intense heat to germinate, making the presence of fire-type Pokémon essential for their life cycle. This co-evolution creates unique and resilient ecosystems, demonstrating how life finds a way to flourish even in the most challenging of environments, a vibrant, green testament to adaptation in a world of fire. The flame tempering process is a natural phenomenon observed in some fire-type Pokémon, where exposure to specific types of heat or intense training causes their internal flames to become purer, more stable, and more powerful. This is akin to a blacksmith tempering metal, strengthening it through controlled heat. A newly evolved fire type might have a somewhat wild and unpredictable flame, but through rigorous training and strategic exposure to various heat sources, its flame can become refined, focused, and incredibly potent. This process is a journey of self-mastery, transforming raw power into controlled precision, a fiery crucible transforming the Pokémon from within. The ash reading skill is a specialized form of divination or environmental analysis practiced by certain indigenous communities living alongside fire-type Pokémon. By interpreting the patterns, colors, and textures of the ash left behind by specific Pokémon, these communities can glean insights into weather patterns, the health of the local ecosystem, or even the emotional state of the Pokémon themselves. A knowledgeable elder might interpret the delicate swirl of ash left by a rapidash as a sign of impending rain, or the coarse residue from a Torqual's breath as an indicator of a nearby mineral deposit. This ancient practice speaks to a deep, intuitive understanding of their environment and the creatures that inhabit it, a silent language spoken by fire and ash. The pyromagnetic fields, generated by some powerful fire-type Pokémon, are a fascinating aspect of their abilities. These fields are often subtle, but can influence nearby metallic objects, disrupt electronic devices, or even cause slight atmospheric disturbances. A particularly powerful Entei, for instance, might cause compasses to spin wildly in its vicinity, or its presence could interfere with communication signals. These fields are a testament to the sheer energy contained within these Pokémon, their internal fires creating ripples that extend beyond mere heat and light, a silent, powerful influence on the very fabric of their surroundings. The concept of a living ember is often used to describe newly hatched fire-type Pokémon. These tiny creatures, often barely capable of generating a sustained flame, are incredibly vulnerable and require constant warmth and care to keep their internal ember alive and growing. The nurturing of a living ember is a delicate and crucial process, symbolizing the hope and potential within every new life, a fragile spark awaiting the fuel to become a roaring inferno, a promise of future fire gently glowing in the quiet, peaceful night. The solar flare absorption capability, observed in some fire-type Pokémon, particularly those with a strong connection to celestial energy, allows them to draw sustenance and power directly from solar radiation. This isn't merely basking in the sun, it's an active process of metabolizing solar energy, converting it into internal heat and bolstering their fiery abilities. A Solrock, for example, might be observed absorbing the sun's rays with an almost meditative intensity, its internal energy increasing noticeably during periods of high solar activity. This ability highlights their deep connection to the cosmic forces that fuel our world, transforming light into the very essence of their being, a silent communion with the distant sun. The thermal echo phenomenon refers to the lingering heat signature left by a powerful fire-type Pokémon even after it has departed. This residual warmth can persist for extended periods, subtly influencing the local microclimate and providing a trace for trackers or other Pokémon. Imagine walking through a forest and encountering an inexplicably warm patch of ground, even hours after an Arcanine has passed through. This thermal echo is a faint but persistent whisper of their presence, a ghost of fire that lingers in the air, a warmth that reminds you of their passing. The Ember Bloom is a rare and beautiful display where certain fire-type Pokémon, usually during periods of intense emotional calm or profound connection with their trainers, release a shower of gentle, sparkling embers that float gracefully through the air. These embers are not hot enough to cause damage, but are said to possess calming properties, often used in ancient healing rituals or as a symbol of peace and renewal. A Ninetales, in a moment of serene contentment, might release an ember bloom that shimmers like falling stars, a moment of fleeting beauty that touches the heart with quiet warmth. The ash cloud camouflage is a defensive tactic employed by some fire-type Pokémon, allowing them to blend seamlessly into environments where ash or smoke is prevalent. By carefully modulating their internal temperature and body emissions, they can create a dense, opaque cloud of ash around themselves, effectively disappearing from sight. A Darmanitan, for instance, might vanish into a volcanic plume, becoming one with the smoky air, its fiery presence momentarily concealed, a silent guardian hidden within the haze. The pyro-sensing ability allows certain fire-type Pokémon to detect fluctuations in heat and fire in their surroundings with incredible precision. This goes beyond simple temperature detection. They can discern the subtle nuances of different flames, identifying their origin, intensity, and even potential properties. A Houndoom might be able to sense the difference between a natural wildfire and the controlled burn of a human camp from miles away, its senses attuned to the language of heat, a silent radar for all things fiery. The flame-heart synchronization is a unique bond that can develop between a fire-type Pokémon and its trainer, where their heartbeats and internal energies become subtly aligned. This synchronization enhances the Pokémon's abilities and allows for a deeper, more intuitive understanding between them. A trainer and their Blaziken after years of unwavering companionship, might find themselves moving with a unified purpose, their wills intertwined, their fiery spirits beating as one, a shared pulse of warmth and power. The ash trail communication is a rudimentary form of communication observed between certain wild fire-type Pokemon, where they leave behind specific patterns of ash or scorched earth to convey messages to others of their species. These messages can indicate territory, alert others to danger, or even lead them to food sources. A pack of Arcanine might leave a distinct ash trail that signals a safe route through a treacherous mountain pass, a silent map drawn in the very remnants of their flames, a language understood only by those who speak fire. The heat sink absorption is a rare ability where a fire-type Pokemon can actively draw in ambient heat from its surroundings, not just for sustenance, but to cool a localized area. This is particularly useful in environments prone to overheating or to create a temporary cool zone. A Volcarona, for example, might absorb excess heat from a parched desert landscape, creating a small, cooler oasis in its immediate vicinity. A brief respite from the scorching sun, a testament to its control over the very essence of heat. The Ignis Weave is a specialized form of self-healing or defensive technique where a fire-type Pokemon can manipulate its internal flames to create a temporary, flexible barrier of concentrated heat around its body. This barrier can deflect attacks, cauterize wounds, or even momentarily blind opponents. A Charizard, when facing a particularly strong foe, might surround itself with an Ignis Weave, its fiery aura pulsating, a protective shield woven from pure heat, a shimmering defense against incoming threats. The solar-powered regeneration is a heightened form of recovery observed in some fire-type Pokemon, where exposure to direct sunlight significantly accelerates their healing process. This is more than just general warmth. It's an active process of drawing solar energy to mend wounds and restore stamina. A rapid succession of sunny days can see a severely injured fire type recover with remarkable speed, its internal fires stoked by the sun's benevolent rays, a natural synergy that brings swift renewal. The pyroclastic mimicry is a fascinating defensive adaptation where certain fire-type Pokemon can alter their appearance and even their internal temperature to resemble harmless geological formations or volcanic debris. This allows them to avoid detection by predators or blend into harsh, fiery landscapes. A Camerupt, for instance, might settle into a lava flow, its body shimmering with heat, becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding molten rock, a master of fiery disguise. The ember-born seeds are a biological curiosity, observed in some plant-like fire-type Pokemon, where their seeds require extreme heat to germinate. These seeds are incredibly resilient and can lie dormant for extended periods in harsh environments, only sprouting after a significant fiery event, such as a volcanic eruption or a controlled burn. A Capsaket's seeds might remain dormant for decades, awaiting the fiery embrace that will awaken new life, a cycle of destruction and rebirth, a testament to the enduring power of fire. The thermal signature masking is an advanced stealth technique where a fire-type Pokemon can suppress its natural heat emissions, making it incredibly difficult to detect with thermal imaging or heat-sensing abilities. This is a deliberate act of control, allowing them to move unseen even in environments where their fiery nature would otherwise betray them. A Salazzle, known for its cunning, might employ this masking to stalk its prey undetected, its fiery essence momentarily hidden, a silent hunter in the warmth of the night. The flame call resonance is a unique form of communication used by certain fire-type Pokémon, where they emit specific sonic frequencies embedded within their fiery roars or exhalations. These frequencies can carry over long distances and are often used to coordinate group movements, warn of danger, or attract mates. The deep, resonating roar of a Reshiram might carry a hidden message, a silent call, understood only by those attuned to its fiery frequency, a powerful voice carried on the winds of heat. The ash sculpting is an artistic or territorial display observed in some intelligent fire-type Pokémon, where they meticulously arrange ash and soot into intricate patterns or symbolic designs. These sculptures can convey complex messages, mark territory, or simply serve as a form of creative expression. A particularly artistic Delphox might create elaborate ash mosaics, its fiery magic channeled into temporary works of art, a fleeting beauty born from the remnants of its flames. The magma vein tracing is a specialized ability observed in some subterranean fire-type Pokémon, allowing them to sense and follow underground magma flows with incredible accuracy. This enables them to navigate complex volcanic tunnel systems, locate sources of geothermal energy, or even predict volcanic activity. A Heatran, dwelling deep within the earth, might use this ability to traverse vast underground networks, its movements guided by the fiery pulse of the planet, a silent journey through the heart of the world. The fiery aura projection is a defensive or intimidating display where a fire-type Pokémon can project a visible aura of intensely hot air around itself without actually burning anything. This aura can disorient opponents, make them feel uncomfortable, or simply serve as a visual deterrent. A powerful Incineroar preparing for battle might emit such an aura, its presence radiating heat and an unspoken challenge, a silent declaration of its fiery strength. The Ember-Trail Navigation is a method of pathfinding used by some nocturnal, fire-type Pokémon, where they leave behind faint, glowing embers as they travel. These embers, while not providing significant light, act as subtle markers, allowing them to retrace their steps or guide others through darkened environments. A Litwick, drifting through a gloomy cave, might leave a delicate trail of glowing embers, a breadcrumb path of light in the pervasive darkness, a silent guide through the unknown. The pyrohydrolysis is a fascinating and rare ability observed in a select few fire-type Pokémon, allowing them to use intense heat to break down water molecules into their constituent hydrogen and oxygen. This process can be used to create explosive reactions, generate localized steam, or even as a form of energy manipulation. A powerful Volcanion might exhibit this ability, its internal furnace capable of harnessing the very essence of water to fuel its fiery attacks, a master of both fire and steam. The heat gradient manipulation is an advanced form of environmental control where a fire-type Pokémon can subtly alter the temperature across a localized area, creating invisible barriers of extreme heat or sudden pockets of cold. This can be used for stealth, to disorient opponents, or to influence air currents. A Chandelure, for instance, might create an invisible wall of intense heat, deterring intruders without visible flames, a silent, unseen guardian of its spectral domain. The solar pathfinding is a navigational technique employed by certain migratory fire-type Pokémon, where they use the position and intensity of the sun to guide their long journeys. Their internal thermal senses are incredibly attuned to solar patterns, allowing them to maintain a consistent direction over vast distances. A flock of Talonflame, migrating across continents, might follow the sun's trajectory with unwavering precision, their fiery spirits drawn by the celestial beacon, a journey guided by the very light of the world. The Ashfall omen refers to the belief in some ancient cultures that the specific patterns and composition of ash falling from the sky after a significant fiery event, such as a volcanic eruption or a powerful fire type's display, can foretell future events. The color of the ash, its texture, and the direction of its drift are all said to hold meaning. An elder might interpret a fine silvery ash as a sign of prosperity, or a dense as black ash as a warning of impending hardship, a silent prophecy written in the dust of fire. The flame-tongue communication is a highly specialized form of non-verbal communication observed in some serpentine or dragon-like fire-type Pokémon, where they convey messages through subtle flickers and movements of their internal flames, often visible through their mouths or nostrils. These intricate patterns of light and heat can convey complex emotions or instructions. A Dragonite, its internal fire visible in its maw, might communicate silently with its kin through a series of subtle flame shifts, a secret language of flickering warmth. The thermal shockwave generation is a powerful offensive ability where a fire-type Pokémon can rapidly expand superheated air, creating a concussive blast of heat and pressure. This shockwave can disorient, damage, or repel opponents without direct contact. A Mega Charizard X, in a moment of extreme power, might unleash such a shockwave, its fiery roar accompanied by an invisible wave of intense heat, a silent explosion of pure thermal energy. The ember weaving is a delicate, almost meditative skill observed in some calm and controlled fire-type Pokémon, where they can manipulate individual embers, guiding their movement and even coalescing them into intricate, ephemeral shapes. This can be a form of artistic expression, a healing ritual, or a subtle display of their mastery over fire. A peaceful Arcanine might gently guide a cloud of embers into a swirling dance, their fiery spirits moving with grace and precision, a fleeting ballet of light and heat. The lava flow guidance is a remarkable ability observed in some geological fire-type Pokémon, allowing them to subtly influence the direction and speed of molten lava flows. This is not outright control, but a gentle persuasion using their internal heat and possibly subtle seismic vibrations to redirect the flow away from populated areas or towards specific channels. A Groudon, in its primal form, might demonstrate this on a grand scale, shaping the very landscape with its fiery will, a silent architect of the Earth's molten heart. The Pyro-Luminescence refers to the ability of certain fire-type Pokémon to emit light without significant heat, often for signaling, attraction, or simply to illuminate dark environments. This is distinct from regular flame, being a colder, more controlled form of illumination. A Volcarona in the depths of night might glow with a soft, warm pyroluminescence, attracting others with its gentle light. A beacon in the darkness, a silent promise of warmth. The heat signature recognition is an advanced form of identification where a fire-type Pokémon can distinguish individual creatures and even their emotional states by the unique heat signatures they emit. This allows them to identify friends from foes or sense distress from a distance. A Houndoom, with its keen senses, might recognize its trainer's unique thermal pattern from a crowd, its instincts guided by the subtle variations in human warmth, a silent recognition of kinship. The ash glass formation is a rare phenomenon observed after intense, fiery displays from certain fire-type Pokémon, where the extreme heat vitrifies the surrounding ash and silica into thin, obsidian-like sheets of natural glass. These formations are often found in volcanic regions and are highly prized for their unique properties. A particularly powerful Entei's passing might leave behind these shimmering ash glass remnants, a geological fingerprint of its fiery journey, a silent testament to its raw power. The Flame Wisp creation is a subtle ability where some fire-type Pokémon can detach small, independent wisps of flame from their bodies and send them out as scouts, messengers, or even distractions. These wisps are often sentient to a limited degree and can follow simple commands. A Chandelure might release several ethereal flame wisps to patrol its territory, their silent dance a warning to intruders, a ghostly ballet of light in the shadowed corners. The thermal updraft generation is a specialized ability where a fire-type Pokémon can create localized columns of superheated air, generating powerful updrafts that can be used for accelerated flight, lifting heavy objects, or disrupting opponents. A Charizard, when taking flight, might generate such an updraft, its powerful wings catching the rising heat, a silent surge of power that propels it skyward, a master of the air and fire. The Ember scent marking is a form of territorial communication where certain fire-type Pokémon imbue their embers with a unique, species-specific scent. These scented embers are then strategically scattered around their territory, acting as an invisible boundary marker. A wild Pyroar might leave a trail of these scented embers, its territorial claim subtly broadcast to others through the lingering aroma of its unique flame, a silent declaration of ownership. The Pyrokinetic Telekinesis is an extremely rare and advanced ability, observed only in the most powerful and mentally disciplined fire-type Pokémon, allowing them to manipulate objects and even energy with their minds, but specifically by focusing their internal fiery energy. This is not simply telekinesis, it's fire-infused telekinesis. A legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh might exhibit this, subtly shifting the flow of currents or guiding falling debris with an unseen force, its fiery will shaping the world around it with silent precision. The Heat Absorption Shield is a defensive maneuver where a fire-type Pokémon rapidly absorbs ambient heat from its surroundings, creating a localized zone of greatly reduced temperature around itself. This acts as a protective barrier, making it difficult for opponents to approach or use certain elemental attacks. A Torkoal, when threatened, might pull in all surrounding heat, creating a temporary cool bubble, a silent sanctuary from the heat of battle. The Solar Flare attunement is a profound connection some fire-type Pokémon have with the sun's most energetic phenomena. During solar flares, these Pokémon experience a surge in power, their internal flames becoming intensely vibrant and their abilities significantly amplified. This isn't just about absorption, it's a resonant frequency, a deep ecological and spiritual connection to the sun's fiery heart. A Groudon, basking in the glow of a solar flare, might become a force of unparalleled primordial power, a silent, awesome manifestation of the sun's raw energy. The thermal illusion generation is a deceptive ability where some fire-type Pokemon can create shimmering heat hazes or mirages that distort their appearance or create convincing false images. This can be used for camouflage, to confuse opponents, or to create elaborate traps. A Salazzle, with his cunning intellect, might use thermal illusions to appear in multiple places at once, its fiery trickery weaving a web of confusion, a silent dance of deception. The Ember Growth Acceleration is a unique ability observed in certain fire-type Pokemon with strong regenerative capabilities, where they can actively stimulate the growth of plant life by carefully depositing specific types of embers around seeds or saplings. These embers provide the necessary heat and nutrients, fostering rapid growth in otherwise barren areas. A nurturing Arcanine might gently encourage new growth in a scorched forest, its fiery essence bringing life back to the land, a silent promise of renewal. The Pyro-Seismic Detection is an advanced form of geological sensing where fire-type Pokemon can detect subtle shifts in the Earth's crust, changes in magma pressure, and even the approach of underground tremors, all through the lens of thermal energy. This allows them to predict volcanic eruptions or earthquakes with remarkable accuracy. A Heatran, dwelling in volcanic caves, might be able to sense the silent rumblings deep within the earth, its fiery instincts attuned to the pulse of the planet, a silent guardian of subterranean secrets. The flame essence transfer is a rare and profound act observed between deeply bonded fire-type Pokemon or between a fire-type and its trainer, where a small portion of their internal flame essence can be temporarily shared. This transfer can invigorate, heal, or even temporarily imbue the recipient with a fraction of the fire-type's power. A Ninetales, in a moment of profound affection, might share a wisp of its ethereal flame essence with its trainer, a silent bond woven from warmth and light, a shared spark of inner fire. The Ash Storm creation is a powerful environmental manipulation where certain larger fire-type Pokemon can generate localized storms of ashen cinders. These storms can severely limit visibility, choke the air, and disorient any creatures caught within them, providing effective cover or a powerful offensive tactic. A Camerupt, in a moment of fury, might unleash such an ash storm, turning the battlefield into a choking, fiery haze, a silent tempest of dust and heat. The thermal signature mimicry is an advanced form of camouflage where a fire-type Pokemon can alter its own internal temperature and heat emissions to perfectly match the thermal signature of its surroundings, rendering it almost invisible to thermal imaging or heat-sensing predators. This allows for incredibly stealthy approaches or retreats. It's a well-trained Houndoom, moving through a bustling thermal environment, might become virtually undetectable, its fiery presence perfectly blending with the ambient heat, a silent predator in a world of warmth. The lava flow guidance is a remarkable ability observed in some fire-type Pokemon residing near active volcanoes, where they can subtly influence the direction and speed of small lava flows. This is often achieved through localized cooling or heating of the surrounding rock, creating channels or barriers. A Magcargo, in its natural habitat, might gently redirect a slow-moving stream of lava, ensuring it flows away from sensitive ecosystems, a silent sculptor of molten earth. The Flame-Cloaked Regeneration is a specialized healing process where a fire-type Pokemon, when severely injured, can encase itself in a protective sheath of intense flames. Within this fiery cocoon, their regenerative capabilities are greatly enhanced, allowing for rapid recovery. A resilient Charizard, after a fierce battle, might enter into this state, its body enveloped in a healing inferno, a silent testament to its enduring spirit. The pyroacoustic resonance is a unique phenomenon where certain fire-type Pokémon can manipulate their internal flames to generate specific resonant frequencies, creating powerful sonic waves. These waves can disorient opponents, shatter fragile objects, or even be used for long-distance communication in fiery environments. A Kentiscorch, with its many segments, might create a symphony of crackling flames, its fiery song echoing through subterranean tunnels, a silent message carried on waves of heat and sound. The ember sculpting is a delicate art form practiced by some fire-type Pokémon, where they meticulously arrange and manipulate embers to create intricate patterns or even temporary glowing sculptures. This is often done for display, communication, or as a form of artistic expression. A playful Delphox might use its psychic abilities to guide dancing embers into beautiful, ephemeral shapes, its fiery art fading as quickly as it appears, a silent celebration of momentary beauty. The thermal gradient manipulation allows certain fire-type Pokémon to create localized zones of extreme temperature differences. This can be used to generate powerful updrafts, create localized chilling effects, or even to create mirages by distorting light through rapidly changing air densities. A Chandelure, with its eerie glow, might create sudden pockets of chilling air in a warm room, its ghostly flames playing tricks on the senses, a silent whisper of unseen forces. The flame essence harvesting is a natural process where some fire-type Pokémon, often those that inhabit meteorites or volcanic vents, can absorb ambient thermal energy or even small amounts of raw elemental fire from their environment to replenish their own internal flame reserves. This allows them to sustain their fiery powers for extended periods without needing to consume external fuel. A Solrock, bathed in the sun's harsh rays, might silently draw sustenance from the very star, its fiery core silently replenishing, a cosmic dance of energy absorption. The Pyro-Luminescent Signaling is a complex communication method where fire-type Pokémon can adjust the color, intensity, and flicker rate of their flames to convey intricate messages. These signals can be interpreted by other fire types or even by trained humans who understand their fiery lexicon. A Flareon, with its vibrant fur, might communicate a range of emotions through the subtle shifts in its flame's hue, its silent language spoken in bursts of light and warmth. The ashfall fertilization is an ecological process where the ash produced by certain fire-type Pokémon, particularly those with a diet rich in specific minerals, acts as a potent fertilizer for the surrounding soil. This can significantly enrich the land, promoting healthy plant growth in areas that might otherwise be barren. A Torkoal, with its constant emission of ash, might inadvertently create pockets of fertile land around its resting places, its silent contribution to the ecosystem enriching the earth. The thermal cloak projection is an advanced defensive technique where a fire-type Pokémon can project a field of intense heat around itself, making it difficult for opponents to approach or even perceive its exact location due to heat haze and distorted vision. A Blaziken, in a moment of intense focus, might generate such a cloak, its fiery aura shimmering, creating an almost impenetrable barrier of heat, a silent defiance against all threats. The ember seed dispersal is a symbiotic relationship observed between certain fire-type Pokémon and specific plant species. The Pokémon consumes the seeds of these plants, which are then passed through its digestive system, being partially scorched and coated in a protective layer of ash. This process aids in germination, and the Pokémon then disperses the seeds through its movements. Atropius, if it had fire-type attributes, might engage in such a dance, its fiery breath preparing the seeds for new life, a silent partnership with nature. The pyromagnetic field generation is a rare and powerful ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can generate localized magnetic fields through the manipulation of extremely hot, ionized gases. These fields can repel or attract metallic objects, or even interfere with electronic devices. A Magnezone, if it were a pure fire type, might harness this power, its fiery core creating unseen forces, a silent master of electromagnetic energies. The Flame Essence Resonance Healing is a deep healing technique where a fire-type Pokémon, by attuning its own internal flame essence to that of an injured ally, can accelerate their healing process. This is particularly effective for burns or internal injuries, as the shared flame essence promotes cellular repair. A powerful Reshiram, with its comforting presence, might share its healing flames, mending wounds with a gentle warmth. A silent oath of restorative power. The Ash Cloud Concealment is a tactical maneuver where a fire-type Pokémon generates a dense cloud of ash and smoke to obscure its movements, allowing for stealthy retreats, ambushes, or to disorient opponents. A Weezing, if it possessed fiery attributes, might execute such a maneuver, its smoky breath creating a veil of confusion, a silent escape into the haze. The thermal echo mapping is a form of environmental sensing where fire-type Pokémon emit precise bursts of heat and then interpret the echoes of these thermal waves, reflecting off their surroundings. This allows them to create a detailed thermal map of their environment, even in complete darkness or through dense obstacles. A Cofagrigus, if imbued with fiery essence, might use this technique, its ghostly form sending out thermal pulses, silently mapping its surroundings in a dance of heat and reflection. The lava tube excavation is an incredible ability observed in some ground fire or rock fire type Pokémon, where they can create and navigate intricate networks of lava tubes by carefully melting and solidifying rock. These tubes serve as shelters, pathways, or even traps. A Groudon, if it were more intrinsically linked to molten rock, might carve such paths, its fiery power shaping the very earth, a silent architect of subterranean passages. The Flame-Cloaked Sleep is a unique resting state where certain fire-type Pokémon, especially those from extremely cold environments, can encase themselves in a protective, low-intensity flame. This maintains their body temperature and offers a measure of defense during their vulnerable sleep. A Snorlax, with a fiery disposition, might snooze in such a manner, its fiery blanket ensuring a peaceful slumber, a silent guardian of its own repose. The pyrokinetic object manipulation is a refined form of telekinesis where a fire-type Pokémon uses its internal heat and flame to subtly manipulate nearby objects. This can range from gently warming a cold item to precisely moving small objects with unseen thermal currents. A Kadabra, if it had fiery powers, might use this, its mind-bending heat to move things, a silent dance of unseen forces. The Ember-Trail marking is a form of territorial marking where fire-type Pokémon leave behind trails of glowing embers. Those embers can serve as warnings to rivals, guides for their allies, or even as a way to subtly alter the flora in their territory. An Arcanine patrolling its domain might leave a faint trail of embers, its fiery signature subtly etching its presence into the landscape, a silent declaration of ownership. The thermal pulse communication is a form of long-distance communication where fire-type Pokémon can emit powerful, focused bursts of heat that can be detected by others over significant distances. These pulses can carry simple messages or alerts. A signaling Rapidash might send out such a pulse, its fiery horn glowing brightly, a silent beacon in the night. The ash-based nutrient cycling is an ecological role played by some fire-type Pokémon, where their ash, rich in specific minerals, acts as a crucial component in the local nutrient cycle. This can be especially important in volcanic or fire-prone ecosystems. A Volcarona, after a fiery eruption, might leave behind rich deposits of ash, its fiery life cycle enriching the very soil, a silent benefactor to nascent ecosystems. The Flame-Essence Absorption ritual is a seldom seen act where a fire-type Pokémon, when facing severe depletion of its internal flame, can absorb the residual heat and energy from a recently extinguished fire or even from a powerful, naturally occurring thermal vent. This is a vital survival mechanism in arid or cold environments. A desperate Entei might perform such a ritual, drawing strength from the dying embers of a forest fire, its fiery spirit silently rekindling. The Pyro-Seismic damping is an advanced application of their seismic sensing abilities, where certain large fire-type Pokémon can actively stabilize areas prone to minor tremors, or even dampen the effects of small earthquakes by strategically releasing thermal energy into the earth, altering the stress distribution in the rock. A titanic heat ran, deep within a volcanic chamber, might subtly modulate its fiery output, silently easing the tension in the Earth's crust, a silent guardian against geological unrest. The thermal illusion weaving is a sophisticated form of deception where fire-type Pokémon can create complex mirages and heat distortions that not only alter visual perception but also fool thermal sensors. These illusions can be incredibly convincing, often used to create false environments or conceal their true numbers. A Zoroark, if possessing fiery powers, might weave such illusions, its fiery trickery creating a mesmerizing, deceptive world, a silent master of perception. The lava skin hardening is a defensive mechanism where certain fire rock or fire ground type Pokémon can temporarily harden their molten or rocky skin by rapidly cooling and solidifying the outer layer. This creates a highly resistant armor against physical attacks. A golem, if it were fiery, might adopt this technique, its molten exterior solidifying into an impenetrable shield, a silent bastion of molten rock. The Flame-Cloaked Flight is an ability observed in flying fire-type Pokémon, where they can encase their wings and body in a protective layer of flames, allowing them to fly at incredible speeds through harsh conditions such as blizzards or sandstorms without being affected by the elements. A high-flying Dragonite, if it were a fire type, might cut through a storm, its fiery aura parting the winds, a silent arrow of flame soaring through the sky. The Ember Path creation is a practical application where fire-type Pokémon can create temporary, safe pathways over hazardous terrain by strategically placing and controlling embers. These ember paths can melt snow, dry wet surfaces, or even create temporary bridges over small gaps. A helpful Ponyta might lay down such a path, its fiery hooves creating a safe passage, a silent guide through difficult terrain. The Pyro-Olfactory Enhancement is a rare sensory ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can use their internal heat to enhance their sense of smell, allowing them to detect subtle thermal signatures of sense, even in extremely faint concentrations or over long distances. A keen-nosed Growlithe, with this ability, might track a scent by its lingering warmth, its fiery senses piercing through the air, a silent hunter guided by thermal trails. The thermal pressure manipulation is an advanced form of atmospheric control where fire-type Pokémon can precisely adjust the air pressure in a localized area by rapidly heating or cooling the air. This can be used to create small vacuums, generate powerful gusts of wind, or even to subtly influence weather patterns. A powerful Pelipper, if it were a fire type, might use this, its fiery breath creating miniature storms, a silent orchestrator of localized weather. The Flame Essence Purification is a rare healing method where a fire-type Pokémon can use its internal flame to purify water or air by burning off impurities and pathogens. This is often done to create safe drinking water or to cleanse polluted environments. A Vulpix, with its gentle flames, might purify a polluted stream, its fiery essence bringing clarity to the murky waters, a silent promise of cleanliness. The Ash Screen Defense is a tactical defense where a fire-type Pokémon rapidly ejects a cloud of superheated ash, forming a temporary opaque screen that can block incoming attacks, obscure vision, and even cause minor burns to close-range attackers. A defensive Groudon, if it were a fire type, might create such a screen, its fiery dust cloud protecting it from harm, a silent barrier of scorched earth. The thermal gradient propulsion is a unique method of movement where some fire-type Pokémon can propel themselves by creating rapid, localized thermal gradients in the air or water, effectively pushing themselves forward. This allows for incredibly agile and silent movement. A swift float cell, if it possessed fiery powers, might dart through the water, its fiery essence creating unseen currents, a silent blur of motion. The lava pool sustenance is a survival mechanism where certain fire-type Pokémon can draw sustenance directly from pools of molten lava. They absorb minerals and elemental energy from the molten rock, allowing them to thrive in environments where other life forms would perish. A resilient Slugma might rest in a lava pool, its body absorbing the molten energy, a silent testament to its unique adaptation. The Flame-Cloaked Tunneling is an ability observed in some ground fire-type Pokémon, where they can rapidly bore through solid rock by encasing themselves in intense flames. The flames melt the rock, and the Pokémon then pushes the molten material aside, creating tunnels with surprising speed. A powerful Donphan, if it had fiery attributes, might carve through mountains, its fiery body a living drill, a silent force of geological destruction. The Ember-based tracking is a sophisticated tracking method where fire-type Pokémon can detect and follow the residual thermal signatures left by other creatures, even long after they have passed. They can differentiate between various thermal imprints, making them expert trackers. A skilled Stoutland with fiery senses might follow a trail of fading warmth, its keen nose deciphering the silent language of heat, a silent hunter on a thermal quest. The pyroharmonic communication is an advanced form of communication where fire-type Pokémon can synchronize the rhythm and intensity of their flames to create complex, harmonic patterns. These patterns can convey detailed information, emotional states, or even coordinate intricate strategies over long distances. A group of synchronized Magmar might communicate through a mesmerizing dance of flames, their silent concert of heat and light conveying a wealth of information. The thermal aura projection is an ability where a fire-type Pokémon can project a field of intense but controlled heat around a target. This can be used to warm allies, melt ice, or even to subtly weaken opponents by increasing their internal temperature. A comforting Chansey, if it held fiery powers, might project such an aura, its warmth enveloping a chilled friend, a silent embrace of thermal energy. The Ash Cloud Camouflage is a defensive tactic where a fire-type Pokémon generates a dense cloud of ash and smoke, not for concealment of movement, but to permanently alter its appearance. The ash coats its body, changing its color and texture to blend with its surroundings. A cunning Ditto, if it were a fire type, might transform and then coat itself in ash, its fiery camouflage making it truly disappear, a silent chameleon of dust and heat. The lava skin molding is a remarkable ability where certain fire rock or fire ground type Pokémon can temporarily soften and reshape their molten or rocky skin. This allows them to squeeze through tight spaces, adapt their form for various tasks, or even create temporary tools from their own bodies. A malleable clay doll, if it possessed fiery attributes, might subtly reshape its form, its molten exterior flowing like liquid, a silent sculptor of its own body. The flame-cloaked diving is an ability observed in some aquatic fire-type Pokémon, where they can encase themselves in a protective layer of flames, allowing them to dive into extremely cold waters or even travel through magma without being harmed. The flames create a thermal barrier, protecting them from extreme temperatures. A powerful Gyarados, if it embraced fiery powers, might plunge into the depths, its fiery aura parting the frigid waters, a silent submersible of molten energy. The Ember-Trail Illumination is a practical use of embers, where fire-type Pokémon can strategically place glowing embers to illuminate dark areas, guiding lost travelers, revealing hidden paths, or simply creating a comforting light source in subterranean environments. A comforting Litwick might leave a trail of gentle embers, its soft glow leading the way through the shadows, a silent lighthouse in the dark. The Pyro-Seismic Anticipation is an advanced form of seismic sensing where fire-type Pokémon can not only detect tremors, but also interpret their subtle characteristics and trajectories, allowing them to anticipate the exact location and intensity of an earthquake or volcanic eruption with remarkable precision, giving them ample time to evacuate or prepare. A wise Rhyperior, if it had fiery intuition, might sense the deep rumblings of the earth, its fiery instincts predicting the coming upheaval, a silent oracle of geological events. The thermal signature masking is a defensive technique where a fire-type Pokémon can actively suppress its own thermal emissions, making it appear cold or even invisible to thermal sensors. This is a powerful form of stealth, allowing them to evade heat-seeking predators or detection systems. A shadowy Umbreon, if it possessed fiery control, might darken its thermal signature, becoming a truly unseen presence, a silent phantom in a world of heat. The flame essence preservation is a unique survival mechanism where certain fire type Pokemon can enter a state of suspended animation, greatly reducing their metabolic rate and conserving their internal flame essence for extended periods. This allows them to survive harsh conditions or long journeys without needing to replenish their energy. A dormant Darmanitan, in its Zen mode, might enter such a state, its fiery core burning slowly, preserving its essence through the long slumber, a silent testament to its endurance. The Ash Storm Deflection is a defensive maneuver where a fire-type Pokemon can generate focused bursts of hot air or wind to deflect incoming ash storms, dust clouds, or even small projectiles. This requires precise control over thermal currents and air pressure. A nimble Staraptor, if it were a fire type, might use its wings to create fiery gusts, deflecting an oncoming ash cloud, a silent guardian against airborne threats. The lava flow solidification is an incredible ability where certain fire rock or fire ground type Pokemon can rapidly cool and solidify large volumes of molten lava. This can be used to create barriers, pathways, or even to stop destructive lava flows in their tracks. A powerful Regirock, if it were more intrinsically molten, might use this, its fiery will turning liquid rock into solid ground, a silent master of geological transformation. The Flame Cloak Camouflage is a technique where a fire-type Pokemon can manipulate its surrounding atmosphere to create shimmering heat distortions, effectively blending into its environment or obscuring its form. This is not true invisibility, but rather a visual trick that makes them incredibly difficult to pinpoint. A cunning Zoroark with fiery illusions might weave such a heat haze, its true form becoming a fleeting mirage, a silent dancer in the shimmering air. The Ember Scent marking is a form of territorial marking where fire-type Pokemon release specific, subtly varied scents embedded within their embers or smoke. These scents are unique to individuals or groups and convey information about their presence, status, or warnings to other Pokemon. A territorial Arcanine might leave such a fragrant ember, its fiery signature, a silent declaration of its domain, a subtle message carried on the wind. The thermal draft surfing is an aerial movement technique where flying fire-type Pokemon can skillfully ride rising columns of hot air, allowing them to soar effortlessly to great heights or cover vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. This is akin to a glider catching an updraft, but powered by their own internal heat generation. A majestic Charizard might gracefully ascend on such a thermal current, its fiery wings barely moving, a silent master of the skies. The Pyroharmonic Resonance describes an advanced form of communication where fire-type Pokemon can emit specific heat signatures or flame patterns that resonate with others of their kind, conveying complex emotional states or even simple instructions across distances. This is a silent, almost telepathic form of expression, felt rather than heard. A family of Flareon might communicate through such subtle heat pulses, their emotional bonds woven into the very air, a silent symphony of warmth. The Heat Absorption Defense is a rare ability where certain fire-type Pokemon can absorb incoming heat-based attacks, not just resisting them, but actively converting that energy into their own internal power. This turns a vulnerability into a strength, making them more formidable against other fire types. A resilient Heatran might draw power from a blazing inferno, its metallic form glowing with absorbed energy, a silent crucible of fire. The magma vent redirection is a geological manipulation where powerful fire ground or fire rock type Pokemon can subtly influence the flow of subterranean magma, guiding it away from populated areas or towards specific locations. This requires immense control and understanding of geological forces. A Titan Groudon, if it had fiery inclinations, might guide the molten heart of the earth, its silent hand shaping the very land, a profound guardian of the deep. The solar flare synchronization is a rare phenomenon observed in certain fire-type Pokemon that have a deep connection to celestial bodies. During intense solar flare activity, their internal flames can reach unprecedented levels of power, allowing them to perform feats otherwise impossible. This is a temporary but immensely potent power surge. A radiant Solgaleo from another world, if it were considered a fire type, might pulse with such cosmic energy, its silent roar echoing the sun's fury. The Ash Cloak illusion is a visual trick where a fire-type Pokemon can rapidly generate and disperse fine ash particles to create a momentary screen or even a decoy of itself. This is used for evasion or to confuse opponents, creating a fleeting, smoky mirage. A clever Salazzle might vanish in a puff of ash, its true location obscured, a silent vanishing act. The flame sculpting artistry is a unique skill where certain fire-type Pokemon can precisely control their flames to create intricate temporary sculptures of fire. These can range from simple shapes to complex glowing forms, often used for communication, display, or even as a form of artistic expression. A graceful Ninetales might weave ephemeral flames into flowing patterns, its fiery art a silent poem in the air, a fleeting masterpiece of light. The Ember-Trail Navigation is a method of pathfinding where fire-type Pokemon can leave behind subtle, almost invisible trails of specialized embers that only they or other specific fire types can detect. These trails act as ephemeral breadcrumbs, guiding them back to their territory or leading them along complex routes. A diligent Houndoom might follow such a smoldering path, its keen senses attuned to the silent signs, a steadfast tracker through the wilderness. The thermal pulse healing is a specialized form of self-healing where certain fire-type Pokemon can direct concentrated bursts of internal thermal energy to accelerate cellular regeneration and repair minor injuries. This is a rapid, localized healing process fueled by their own internal fire. A resilient Volcarona might mend its torn wings with a warm glow, its silent resilience a testament to its inner fire. The Pyroclastic Shield is a powerful defensive ability where a fire ground or fire rock type Pokemon can rapidly generate a dense, incandescent cloud of superheated ash and gas around itself, acting as a temporary, impenetrable barrier against attacks. This is a highly volatile but effective form of protection. A mighty golem, if it possessed fiery might unleash such a fiery shroud, its silent defiance a palpable heat. The Flame Wisp Guidance is a benevolent ability where certain fire-type Pokemon can manifest small, sentient wisps of flame that act as guides or scouts. These wisps can illuminate dark paths, explore dangerous areas, or even lead lost travelers to safety. A benevolent Chandelure might send forth such a guiding flame, its silent flickering a beacon of hope in the gloom. The thermal signature mimicry is a cunning form of deception where fire-type Pokemon can alter their own thermal emissions to mimic those of other Pokemon or objects. This can be used to lure prey, evade predators, or even to blend into a new environment. A deceptive Rotom, heat form, might shift its thermal profile, becoming an unseen presence, a silent chameleon of heat. The Ember Flare warning is a rapid, high-intensity burst of embers or flame emitted by a fire-type Pokemon as a clear, immediate warning signal to others. This is a short duration, bright flash designed to grab attention and convey urgency without sound. A vigilant Pyroar might unleash such a fiery beacon, its silent roar a vivid flash in the darkness, a clear signal of danger. The lava tube excavation is an engineering feat where certain fire ground or fire rock type Pokemon can rapidly melt and clear paths through solid rock, creating new lava tubes or expanding existing ones. This is used for subterranean travel, creating new habitats, or even redirecting magma flows. A tireless Dugtrio, if imbued with molten power, might carve new tunnels through the earth, its silent labor shaping the underworld, a persistent miner of the deep. The thermal current manipulation is an environmental control where fire-type Pokemon can subtly alter localized air currents and temperatures to create comfortable microclimates, direct smoke, or even influence weather patterns on a small scale. This is a gentle yet powerful influence over their immediate surroundings. A serene Lilligant, if it harnessed fiery warmth, might create a gentle, warm breeze in its garden, its silent touch nurturing life. The Flame Essence Infusion is a rare ability where certain fire-type Pokemon can temporarily imbue objects or even other Pokemon with a portion of their own flame essence, enhancing their warmth, durability, or even granting them temporary fire-based abilities. This is a sharing of their intrinsic power. A generous Blaziken might lend its fiery aura to a struggling comrade, its silent support a comforting warmth, a shared strength. The Ashfall fertilization is an ecological interaction where the ash produced by certain fire-type Pokemon after volcanic eruptions or intense battles enriches the soil with vital minerals, promoting plant growth and contributing to the regeneration of ecosystems. This turns destruction into renewal, a cycle of life. A powerful Entei, after a fiery rampage, might leave behind fertile ground, its silent legacy of vibrant resurgence of nature, a fertile blessing. The thermal imprint tracking is an advanced form of tracking where fire-type Pokemon can detect and interpret the residual heat signatures left behind by other Pokemon, even long after they have passed. This allows them to follow trails that are invisible to the naked eye or even other tracking methods. A keen-eyed Mightyena with fiery senses might discern such fading warmth, its silent pursuit relentless, a ghost tracker of heat. The Pyro Defensive Camouflage is a specialized form of camouflage where a fire-type Pokemon can alter the intensity and flicker rate of its flames to match specific environmental light patterns, effectively making them blend into flickering shadows or sun-dappled groves. This is a dynamic, active form of concealment. A sly leopard, if it possessed fiery stealth, might shimmer into the flickering light, its silent presence becoming part of the dance of shadows, an unseen hunter. The Ember Pulse communication is a rapid, rhythmic emission of embers or heat pulses used by fire-type Pokemon for short-range, urgent communication within a group. The specific rhythm and intensity convey simple messages such as danger, food, or follow me. A pack of Litleo might exchange such silent signals, their fiery pulses a coordinated language, a silent symphony of urgency. The thermal barrier generation is a defensive ability where fire-type Pokemon can create a localized, intense heat barrier around themselves or an area designed to deter physical entry or absorb incoming attacks. This is a wall of pure heat, often visible as shimmering air. A steadfast Agron, if it had fiery defenses, might erect such a shimmering wall, its silent defiance a palpable heat, an impassable guardian. The Flame Essence Purification is a rare, almost mystical ability where certain fire-type Pokemon can use their intense flames to purify contaminated water, air, or even other substances, burning away impurities and restoring them to a pristine state. This is a cleansing fire, a transformative power. A sacred Ho-Oh might unleash such purifying flames, its silent touch renewing the world, a divine cleanser. The Ash Cloud Concealment is a tactical maneuver where a fire-type Pokemon can rapidly generate a dense, opaque cloud of ash to obscure its movements, create a diversion, or provide cover for escape or attack. This is a temporary but highly effective smokescreen. A swift Ninjask, if it possessed fiery mastery, might vanish in a puff of ash, its silent escape a fleeting shadow. The Thermal Signature Analysis is an advanced sensory ability where fire-type Pokemon can not only detect thermal signatures, but also interpret their specific characteristics, such as metabolic rate, emotional state, and even species identification, simply by sensing their heat. This allows for incredibly detailed analyses of their surroundings. A perceptive Espeon with fiery insight might read the very warmth of a foe, its silent understanding a tactical advantage, a deep insight into the unseen. The pyrobiotic symbiosis is a unique ecological relationship where certain fire-type Pokemon coexist with specific plant or fungal species that thrive in high-temperature environments, often exchanging nutrients or defensive capabilities. This is a mutualistic bond forged in fire. A vibrant Roserade, if it preferred fiery blooms, might flourish alongside a heat-loving fungus, its silent partnership a testament to adaptation, a harmonious dance of flora and flame. The Ember Glow Illumination is a gentle sustained emission of soft, warm embers used by fire-type Pokemon to provide comfortable and persistent light in dark environments without generating excessive heat or consuming vast amounts of energy. This is a subtle, enduring light source. A contemplative Noctowl, if it carried a fiery lantern, might illuminate its nocturnal path with a gentle glow, its silent journey guided by soft embers, a tranquil sentinel of the night. The Thermal Absorption Camouflage is a defensive trick where a fire-type Pokemon can actively absorb ambient heat from its surroundings, making itself appear colder than it actually is, effectively blending into cooler environments or evading thermal detection in hot ones. This is a counterintuitive form of stealth. A stealthy Sneasel, if it manipulated heat, might become a cold spot in a warm landscape, its silent presence an unexpected chill, a master of thermal deception. The Flame Essence Transfer is a rare, life-saving ability where a powerful fire-type Pokemon can temporarily transfer a portion of its vital flame essence to a weakened or injured ally, revitalizing them and boosting their recovery. This is a selfless act, sharing their very life force. A devoted Lucario, if it possessed fiery empathy, might share its warmth with a fading friend, its silent sacrifice a beacon of hope, a profound act of compassion. The ash cloud communication is a form of long distance signaling where fire type Pokemon can shape and direct large plumes of ash into specific patterns or symbols against the sky, visible from afar. This is used for announcing significant events, warning of danger, or marking important locations. A wise Zatu, if it communed with the skies through fire, might send such a silent message, its smoky patterns a cryptic script in the heavens, a profound oracle of air. The thermal signature disruption is an aggressive technique where fire-type Pokemon can emit erratic, fluctuating, or misleading thermal signatures to confuse heat-seeking opponents or sensors. This makes them difficult to target accurately, creating a thermal noise. A chaotic Exploud, if it roared with fiery intensity, might unleash such a thermal cacophony, its silent heat a disorienting force, a sonic boom in the infrared. The pyrokinetic construction is an incredible ability where certain powerful fire-type Pokemon can use their flames to melt and reshape geological materials, creating structures, pathways, or even intricate sculptures from molten rock. This is a form of rapid, fire-powered geological engineering. An artistic clay doll, if it commanded molten earth, might sculpt new landscapes with fiery precision, its silent creation a testament to its power, a molten architect of the land. The Ember-Trail marking is a subtle, long-lasting form of territorial marking where fire-type Pokemon embed specialized, slow-burning embers into rocks or terrain. These embers smolder for extended periods, releasing a unique, species-specific scent or heat signature that delineates their territory. A patient Torkoal might leave such lingering warmth, its silent claim enduring through the passage of time, a persistent declaration of domain. The thermal pulse navigation is a method of navigating through dense fog, smoke, or darkness where fire-type Pokemon emit short, focused bursts of heat and then interpret the reflections of those pulses off obstacles in their environment. This is a form of thermal echolocation, providing them with a clear, silent map of their surroundings. A perceptive Crobat, if it saw with heat, might navigate a smoky cavern with ease, its silent pulses painting a thermal landscape, a precise guide through the unseen. The Flame Essence Restoration is a profound healing ability where certain legendary or ancient fire-type Pokemon can use their pure flames to restore vitality to barren lands, heal grievous wounds, or even revitalize withered plant life. This is a life-giving fire, a source of renewal. A mythical Celebi, if it were touched by primal fire, might breathe life into a desolate forest, its silent touch a miraculous rebirth, a sacred flame of restoration. The Pyroclastic Cloud Generation is a formidable defensive and offensive maneuver where fire-type Pokemon can rapidly superheat the air and find particulate matter around them, creating a dense, suffocating cloud of ash and incredibly hot gases. This cloud not only obstructs vision, but also inflicts significant burn damage to anything trapped within it. A desperate Arcanine, if it were cornered, might unleash such a fiery tempest, its silent fury a suffocating embrace, a scorching shroud of ash and heat. The incendiary spore dispersal is a unique biological strategy employed by some plant-based fire-type Pokemon or those with symbiotic relationships with such flora. They release microscopic spores that are inert until they encounter a specific environmental trigger, such as friction or a sudden temperature change, at which point they ignite, spreading fire rapidly. A cunning Vileplume, if it were touched by embers, might sow such fiery seeds, its silent propagation a creeping conflagration, a hidden spark waiting for its moment. The magma tunneling is an astonishing feat where certain powerful fire-type Pokémon, especially those with rock or ground affinities, can superheat the earth beneath them to melt and displace rock, effectively tunneling through solid ground by creating temporary molten pathways. This allows for rapid, subterranean travel. A persistent Groudon, if it swam through molten earth, might carve new passages deep within the planet, its silent journey a testament to its geological might, a molten burrower of the underworld. The solar flare absorption is a rare and highly advanced ability where fire-type Pokémon can directly absorb and metabolize the intense energy from solar flares or similar cosmic phenomena to dramatically boost their own power, sometimes leading to temporary, exaggerated forms or abilities. A celestial Solgaleo, if it drank from the sun's fury, might shimmer with unparalleled power, its silent consumption a cosmic feast, a stellar infusion of raw energy. The heat mirage projection is a sophisticated illusionary technique where fire-type Pokémon can manipulate the refraction of light through superheated air to create convincing visual distortions, such as shimmering mirages that hide their true location or project false images to confuse opponents. A sly Zoroark, if it danced with flames, might weave such shimmering deceptions, its silent trickery a visual labyrinth, a heated hallucination. The pyroacoustic resonance is an intriguing phenomenon where fire-type Pokémon can modulate the temperature and pressure of the air within specific resonant cavities, or even their own bodies, to create distinct, often low-frequency sound waves that can be used for communication, intimidation, or even to cause structural vibrations. A booming Exploud, if it sang with fire, might unleash such a silent roar, its heated vibrations a palpable force, an infernal hum. The Embershield generation involves fire-type Pokémon creating a protective barrier or aura around themselves, composed of intensely hot, rapidly circulating embers. This shield not only burns anything that touches it, but also deflects projectiles and dissipates energy-based attacks. A stoic Agron, if it clad itself in fire, might stand impervious, its silent defense a shimmering wall of heat, an incandescent bulwark. The geothermal vent manipulation is an extraordinary ability found in Pokémon living near volcanic regions. They can influence the intensity and direction of natural geothermal vents, either to create traps, generate steam for cover, or even to superheat surrounding areas. A territorial heat ran, if it commanded the Earth's breath, might twist the very landscape to its will, its silent dominion a geological ballet, a fiery puppeteer of the planet's core. The photothermal energy conversion is a biological process where certain fire-type Pokémon can convert ambient light, particularly intense sunlight, directly into thermal energy, which they can then store or release as needed. This allows them to replenish their fiery reserves even without external fuel sources. A sun-worshipping Ninetales, if it basked in golden light, might draw strength directly from the heavens, its silent absorption a radiant transfusion, a luminous wellspring of heat. The plasma discharge emission is a high-energy attack where powerful fire-type Pokémon can ionize gases around them to create and then expel focused bursts of superheated plasma. These discharges are not just hot, but also carry significant electrical charge, capable of melting and searing. A furious Zekrom, if it roared with fiery lightning, might unleash such searing bolts, its silent attack a terrifying fusion, a voltaic inferno. The Ashfall Blanketing is a strategic move where fire-type Pokémon can generate and release fine, dense ash into the atmosphere, causing it to fall rapidly and smother vegetation, obscure vision, or even cool an area by blocking sunlight. A tactical Torkoal, if it sighed with smoke, might create such a somber shroud, its silent deployment a creeping desolation, a gray blanket of ruin. The Heatsink Absorption is a defensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can rapidly absorb and dissipate extreme heat from their surroundings, effectively acting as living heat sinks. This allows them to withstand intense temperatures, or even absorb heat-based attacks, rendering them ineffective. A calm Camerupt, if it drank the desert's heat, might stand unfazed in a raging bonfire, its silent resilience a thermal sponge, an unyielding absorber of fire. The Pyro-Telekinetic Manipulation is a rare and advanced application of pyrokinesis where a fire-type Pokémon can not only generate and control fire, but also use that fiery energy to manipulate objects from a distance, effectively using fire as an extension of their telekinetic will. An ethereal Chandelure, if it danced with spectral flames, might move objects with its fiery tendrils, its silent will a burning touch, a fiery invisible hand. The incandescent aura projection is a continuous emission of intense heat and light from a fire-type Pokemon's body, creating an almost tangible aura that causes disorientation, fatigue, and minor burns to anything that consistently remains within its proximity. A majestic Entei, if it strode with fiery purpose, might radiate such an oppressive warmth, its silent presence a searing pressure, an incandescent boundary. The thermal convection manipulation involves fire-type Pokémon actively controlling the flow of heated air currents. This allows them to create updrafts for gliding, guide smoke, or even create localized wind shear effects by rapidly altering temperature gradients. A soaring Charizard, if it rode the fiery winds, might dance on invisible currents, its silent mastery a thermal ballet, a precise conductor of the air's breath. The Flame Essence Infusion is a beneficial ability where fire-type Pokémon can transfer some of their life-giving flame energy into another Pokémon or object, temporarily boosting their recipient's physical attributes, healing minor ailments, or even enchanting inanimate objects with fiery properties. A generous Blaziken, if it shared its inner fire, might invigorate an ally, its silent gift a burst of vitality, a spark of shared strength. The Subterranean Heat Tapping is an ability found in Pokémon that dwell deep underground or near volcanic activity. They can access and draw upon the planet's natural geothermal heat reserves, using it to replenish their own energy, superheat their bodies, or even trigger minor seismic events. A primal Registeel, if it hummed with molten energy, might resonate with the Earth's core, its silent connection a profound wellspring, a deep earth conduit. The Pyro-Luminescent Generation is an advanced form of light emission where fire-type Pokémon can create light without significant heat, or modulate the heat and light independently. This allows them to create dazzling displays, signal over long distances, or even use specific light frequencies for communication or disorientation. A mystical Volcarona, if it shimmered with silent light, might cast intricate patterns against the night, its silent dance a luminous spectacle, A cool firefly's glow. The ash form camouflage is a unique defensive tactic where fire-type Pokémon, typically those with a more ephemeral or gaseous form, can rapidly transform parts of their body into a cloud of fine ash, allowing them to blend seamlessly with smoke, dust, or even volcanic debris, effectively becoming invisible. A elusive haunter, if it cloaked itself in smoke, might vanish within a fiery haze, its silent disappearance a spectral trick, a ghostly cloud. The thermal shockwave emission is a powerful attack where fire-type Pokémon rapidly heat and then instantly cool a volume of air, causing it to collapse inward and then expand violently, generating a concussive thermal shockwave that can shatter objects and disorient foes without direct flame contact. A furious conkeldurr, if it punched with heated air, might unleash such an invisible force, its silent impact a sudden concussion, a thermal hammer. The incinerating gaze projection is a rare and potent ability where certain powerful fire-type Pokémon can focus their internal heat and energy into their eyes, projecting an invisible, intensely hot gaze that can melt objects, cause rapid dehydration, or inflict severe burns without physical contact. A legendary Reshiram, if its eyes burned with silent fire, might melt steel with a mere glance, its silent stare a scorching judgment, an infernal vision. The ember scent marking is a more subtle form of territorial demarcation where fire-type Pokémon release specific, species-unique aromatic compounds embedded within their embers or smoke. These scents are often imperceptible to humans, but clearly readable by other Pokémon, conveying information about the individual, their health, and their boundaries. A cautious Growlithe, if it scented the air with warmth, might leave such unseen messages. Its silent declaration a fragrant whisper, a smoky signature. The pyromagnetic field generation is an extraordinary ability found in very few fire-type Pokémon, often those with steel or electric affinities. They can generate a localized electromagnetic field through the manipulation of superheated, ionized gases. This field can repel metallic objects, disrupt electronic systems, or even attract specific minerals. A powerful magneton, if it pulsed with fiery current, might warp metal with its unseen forces, its silent command a magnetic embrace, a heated attraction. The flame cloaking is a defensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can intensely superheat the air immediately surrounding their bodies, creating a shimmering, distorting field that makes them difficult to target with precision attacks, as light and even physical projectiles are refracted or deflected. A nimble Infernape, if it shimmered with fiery speed, might become an elusive blur, its silent defense of visual chaos, of fiery distortion. The thermal inversion manipulation is a sophisticated environmental control technique where fire-type Pokémon can locally reverse atmospheric thermal gradients, trapping cooler air beneath warmer air. This can be used to create localized fog, concentrate pollutants, or even alter local weather patterns by influencing cloud formation. A cunning wheezing, if it breathed with heated toxins, might weave such atmospheric traps, its silent influence a subtle shift, a breathless manipulation of the air. The pyrosonic boom creation is an exceptionally rare and powerful ability where fire-type Pokémon can rapidly accelerate through a superheated medium or generate an intense burst of heat that causes a localized, violent expansion of air, resulting in a sonic boom that is not primarily sound-based, but rather heat-induced, capable of shattering objects and stunning opponents. A legendary Rayquaza, if it roared with fiery air, might tear through the sky with an invisible force, its silent passage a devastating echo. A thermal explosion. The magma pool summoning is an incredible feat, performed by certain geological fire-type Pokémon. They can cause localized upwellings of molten rock from beneath the Earth's surface, creating temporary pools of lava that can be used offensively as traps or defensively as barriers. A territorial Rhyperior, if it commanded the Earth's molten heart, might reshape the battlefield with burning lakes, its silent call a geological upheaval, a fiery wellspring. The Ember Burst Healing is a self-restorative ability where fire-type Pokémon can rapidly generate and then reabsorb intensely energetic embers into their bodies, using the raw thermal energy to accelerate cellular repair and regenerate lost vitality. A resilient Arcanine, if it shimmered with internal fire, might mend its wounds in a flash of light, its silent regeneration a fiery surge, a swift renewal. The Pyro-Gravitational Field Generation is an extremely rare and theoretical ability, often attributed to legendary or cosmic fire-type Pokémon. It involves the manipulation of incredibly dense, superheated plasma to generate localized gravitational distortions, allowing for temporary levitation, increased weight, or even the creation of miniature black hole-like effects. A cosmic Dialga, if it bent space with fire, might defy gravity with a silent hum, its fiery power an astronomical force, a burning warp of reality. The Flame Essence Transfiguration is an ultimate ability where a fire-type Pokémon can temporarily transform their entire physical form or parts of it into pure volatile flame. In this state, they become incorporeal, highly resistant to physical attacks, and their fiery attacks are amplified to an extreme degree. A mythical Ho-Oh, if it became a phoenix of pure light, might burn away its physical form, its silent transformation a dazzling spectacle, a living burning embodiment of fire. The Thermal Dampening Field is a defensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can project an invisible field that absorbs and disperses ambient heat, creating an area of localized coolness. This can be used to counter other fire-type attacks, protect allies from intense heat, or even suppress flames. A serene Suicune, if it calmed the fiery winds, might cool a burning forest, its silent touch a refreshing breeze, a thermal dissipation. The Incendiary Breath Channeling is a refined form of fire breath, where fire-type Pokémon can precisely control the oxygen-to-fuel ratio and temperature of their expelled flames, allowing them to create highly specialized fiery effects, such as long-range laser-like beams, wide-area flamethrowers, or even superheated non-flammable gases. A focused Dragonite, if it honed its fiery exhalation, might carve intricate patterns with precision flames, its silent roar a controlled inferno, a breath of calculated fire. The Pyrokinetic object manipulation is an extension of pyrokinesis, where fire-type Pokémon can not only generate and control fire, but also use that fiery energy to subtly influence and manipulate inanimate objects without direct heat transfer, perhaps by generating localized air pressure changes or subtle vibrational shifts. In intuitive Alakazam, if its mind burned with inner fire, might shift objects with an unseen force, its silent will a fiery touch, a mental flame. The Solar Wind Harnessing is a unique ability specific to certain cosmic or ultra beast fire-type Pokémon. They can directly absorb and utilize the energy from stellar winds or cosmic radiation, converting it into raw thermal energy, or even using it to propel themselves through space. A mysterious necrozma, if it drank from the cosmic breath, might shimmer with extraterrestrial fire, its silent consumption a stellar feast, a cosmic battery. The ash sculpting is an artistic and practical application of ash manipulation where fire-type Pokémon can precisely control the deposition and compaction of ash, allowing them to create temporary structures, effigies, or even detailed maps from solidified ash. A creative Smeargle, if it painted with smoke, might craft intricate designs from falling ash. Its silent art a transient beauty, a smoky masterpiece. The thermal feedback loop induction is an aggressive strategy where fire-type Pokémon can generate an initial burst of heat that then rapidly intensifies by drawing upon the thermal energy released by the target itself or its environment, creating a self-sustaining and rapidly escalating inferno. A ruthless Houndoom, if it kindled a spiraling blaze, might ignite a fire that feeds upon itself, its silent fury a runaway conflagration, an inescapable thermal spiral. The Ember Call communication is a subtle, long-distance communication method where fire-type Pokémon can generate specific, patterned bursts of embers that, while visually similar to normal embers, carry encoded information through their unique thermal signatures, specific flicker rates, or even the subtle magnetic fields they generate. A watchful Noctowl, if it saw the unseen messages in the night, might interpret such silent signals, its perception a key to fiery whispers, a glowing language. The Phoenix Ash Regeneration is a mythical ability, occasionally attributed to legendary or very ancient fire-type Pokémon, where upon reaching a critical energy depletion or sustaining grievous injury, they can burst into intense flames and then regenerate from a pile of ash, emerging fully restored. A legendary Ho-Oh, if its life force was a cyclical flame, might embrace such a fiery rebirth. Its silent renewal, a testament to eternal fire, a living ember. The Magma Vein Tracing is a specialized geothermal sensing ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can detect and map underground magma flows, volcanic vents, and geothermal hotspots, allowing them to navigate complex subterranean environments or locate sources of intense heat for energy absorption. A subterranean heat ran, if it felt the pulse of the earth, might navigate the fiery currents beneath the surface, its silent journey a map of molten rock, a geological compass. The pyroacoustic resonance is a fascinating application of sound and fire where fire-type Pokémon can generate specific frequencies of sound through their flames, causing objects or even air itself to resonate at those frequencies, potentially leading to structural damage, disorientation, or even localized heating through vibrational energy. A sonic exploud, if its voice was a fiery roar, might shatter stone with resonant flame, its silent hum a destructive frequency, a vibrating inferno. The solar flare emulation is an advanced technique where fire-type Pokémon can temporarily mimic the intense energy output and disruptive electromagnetic properties of a solar flare, potentially disrupting electronic systems, generating localized EMPs, or releasing powerful bursts of thermal and radiation energy. A cosmic Solgaleo, if it channeled the sun's fury, might unleash a miniature stellar storm, its silent discharge an electromagnetic pulse, a solar imitation. The thermal camouflage alteration is a defensive ability where Fire-type Pokémon can precisely manipulate their surface temperature and heat emission patterns to blend seamlessly with their thermal environment, making them virtually invisible to thermal imaging or heat-seeking sensors. A stealthy Arcanine, if it vanished in the thermal spectrum, might become a ghost of heat, its silent vanishing a thermal illusion and invisible warmth. The volcanic ash precipitation control is an environmental manipulation ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can influence the movement and deposition of volcanic ash clouds, potentially clearing paths, creating temporary shelters, or even strategically blocking out sunlight. A powerful Groudon, if it commanded the ash-born skies, might sculpt the falling dust, its silent will a meteorological force, an atmospheric sculptor. The conflagration seeding is a strategic offensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can implant latent thermal energy into objects or areas, which then spontaneously ignite into intense flames at a predetermined trigger or after a certain period, creating delayed or surprise conflagrations. A cunning Chandelure, if it planted seeds of fire, might ignite a delayed inferno, its silent trap a smoldering promise, a ticking blaze. The Ember-Trail Navigation is a method of leaving behind faint, almost invisible trails of superheated air, or subtly glowing embers that only other fire-type Pokémon or those with specialized senses can detect, allowing for discreet communication or marking of territory over long distances. A tracking Ninetales, if it followed invisible warmth, might trace a fiery path, its silent pursuit a thermal whisper, a hidden route. The Plasma Shield Generation is a high-level defensive application where fire-type Pokémon can generate localized fields of superheated, ionized gas, plasma, around themselves, capable of deflecting physical attacks, absorbing energy, or even briefly melting incoming projectiles. A formidable Reshiram, if it cloaked itself in ionized air, might form a fiery barrier, its silent defense a shimmering wall, a plasma embrace. The Pyroharmonic Healing is a rare and gentle ability where certain benevolent fire-type Pokémon can emit specific thermal frequencies and gentle warmth that promote cellular regeneration and accelerate healing in injured organisms, soothing pain and revitalizing body tissues. A compassionate Chansey, if its touch was a healing warmth, might mend wounds with gentle flames, its silent care a therapeutic fire, a comforting heat. The geothermal vent creation is an incredibly powerful and destructive ability, often associated with legendary or ancient fire-type Pokémon, where they can induce localized geological instability, leading to the formation of new geothermal vents or even small volcanic eruptions, drastically altering landscapes. A mighty Volcanion, if it tore open the Earth's crust, might birth a new hot spring, its silent power a geological upheaval, a fiery birth. The heat signature masking is a subtle form of evasion where fire-type Pokémon can momentarily suppress their own natural heat signature, making them appear cold to thermal sensors, allowing them to evade detection. A ghostly Ghastly, if it chilled its fiery core, might become thermally invisible, its silent disappearance a cold illusion, a hidden glow. The Blaze Core Synchronization is a unique cooperative ability where two or more fire-type Pokémon can synchronize their internal blaze cores or heat-generating organs, amplifying their collective power output, allowing them to unleash attacks far beyond their individual capabilities, or to generate immense, sustained heat fields. Two connected Arcanine, if their hearts beat as one flame, might unleash a combined inferno, their silent unity a magnified blaze, a shared power. The Ash Cloud Illusion is a deceptive ability where fire-type Pokemon can generate dense clouds of ash and smoke, then manipulate the movements and densities of these clouds to create convincing visual illusions, masking their presence or creating phantom figures. A tricky Zoroark, if it painted with smoke and shadow, might conjure illusory fire, its silent artistry a smoky mirage, a deceptive haze. The Thermal Shockwave Generation is an offensive ability where fire-type Pokemon can rapidly expand superheated air or plasma, creating powerful concussive shockwaves that can knock back opponents, shatter objects, or even create localized sonic booms. A powerful Incineroar, if it punched with fiery force, might unleash a thermal blast, its silent impact a concussive heat, a fiery explosion. The solar battery charging is a passive ability, more akin to an adaptation, where certain fire-type Pokemon can efficiently absorb and store solar energy, using it to replenish their internal energy reserves, sustain their flames, or even power internal processes during extended periods without active energy expenditure. A sun-loving Heliolisk, if it basked in golden light, might store the sun's warmth, its silent absorption, a solar reservoir, an internal battery. The Ember Clone Projection is a specialized illusionary technique where fire-type Pokemon can project small, temporary, and semi-tangible duplicates of themselves, composed entirely of embers and smoke, capable of distracting opponents or scouting dangerous areas without risk. A mischievous Ditto, if it mimicked with fiery essence, might project a shimmering decoy, its silent copy a fleeting spark, an ember doppelganger. The Pyro-Telekinetic Manipulation is an extremely rare and advanced ability, potentially bridging psychic and fire types, where a Pokemon can not only generate and control fire, but also use that fiery energy to exert a direct telekinetic force, moving or shaping objects with a fiery will rather than direct heat. A powerful Gardevoir, if its mind burned with an inner flame, might gently lift objects with unseen heat, its silent will a fiery touch, a mental spark. The thermal signature mimicry is a sophisticated form of deception where fire-type Pokemon can precisely replicate the heat signature of other Pokemon or objects, allowing them to blend into a group or evade specialized sensors by appearing as something else entirely. A cunning Spiritomb, if it wore a cloak of borrowed heat, might mimic a common stone, its silent disguise a thermal mask, a hidden identity. The Combustion Catalyst Secretion is an unusual ability where certain fire-type Pokemon can secrete or exhale a gaseous substance that, while non-flammable on its own, drastically lowers the ignition point of other materials, making them far more susceptible to even a small spark. A venomous Salazzle, if it breathed a volatile mist, might prime the air for fire, its silent breath a chemical accelerant, a pre-ignition haze. The Ashfall Prediction is an instinctual or learned ability where fire-type Pokemon, particularly those living near active volcanoes, can sense subtle atmospheric and geological cues to predict the timing and trajectory of volcanic ashfall, allowing them to seek shelter or warn others. A cautious Magcargo, if it felt the Earth's premonition, might know when the ash would fall, its silent wisdom a natural forecast, a geological intuition. The Conflagration Absorption is a unique defensive and regenerative ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can actively draw in and absorb existing flames, not only extinguishing them, but also converting the thermal energy into their own life force, healing themselves or boosting their power. A hungry Heatmore, if it devoured a raging blaze, might grow stronger from the fire, its silent consumption of fiery feast, and energy uptake. The Ember Path creation is a practical ability where fire-type Pokemon can generate and maintain a continuous glowing trail of embers or superheated ground, illuminating dark paths, melting snow, or subtly guiding others through difficult terrain. A loyal Ponyta, if it lit the way with its hooves, might leave a trail of glowing warmth, its silent journey a guiding light, a fiery beacon. The Pyrokinetic object fusion is an incredibly rare and powerful ability where fire-type Pokemon can apply such intense, controlled heat to inanimate objects that they cause them to partially melt and then fuse together at a molecular level, creating new composite structures. A skilled Bronzong, if it wielded molten forces, might meld metal with intense heat, its silent craft a fiery alchemy, a material transformation. The thermal gradient manipulation is an advanced environmental control ability where fire-type Pokemon can precisely create and maintain specific temperature gradients within an area, generating air currents, trapping heat, or even creating localized pockets of extreme cold adjacent to intense heat, causing atmospheric instability. A cunning Rotom, if it shaped the air with heat and cold, might create invisible thermal currents, its silent influence an atmospheric dance, a weather sculptor. The Blaze Core Augmentation is a self-improvement technique where fire-type Pokemon, through focused meditation or intense training, can temporarily enhance the output and stability of their internal blaze cores, leading to significantly more powerful and sustained fire attacks. A disciplined Blaziken, if it stoked its inner flame, might unleash a supercharged inferno, its silent focus a heightened power, a core amplification. The Ash Cloud Cloaking is a defensive strategy where fire-type Pokemon can generate thick, obscuring clouds of ash and smoke, using them as a visual screen to hide their movements, escape from danger, or launch surprise attacks. A shadowy Greninja, if it vanished in a smoky veil, might disappear into the haze, its silent retreat a visual blanketing, an ash-born escape. The Ember-Trail Detection is a specialized sensory ability where certain fire-type Pokemon can detect the faint thermal signatures and residual heat left by other fire-type Pokemon, allowing them to follow trails or locate hidden individuals even if their physical embers have long faded. A diligent Lycanroc, if it sniffed out lingering warmth, might follow a ghost of heat, its silent hunt a thermal pursuit, a lingering scent. The Pyrokinetic object disassemblage is a destructive opposite of fusion, where fire-type Pokemon can apply focused thermal energy to rapidly dismantle objects at a molecular level, effectively causing them to disintegrate into dust or molten components. A destructive Hydreigon, if it unraveled matter with heat, might reduce objects to ash, its silent power a molecular dissolution, a fiery disintegration. The thermal feedback amplification is an aggressive strategy where fire-type Pokemon can generate initial heat, then rapidly amplify that heat by drawing upon the thermal energy released by the target itself or its environment, creating a self-sustaining and rapidly escalating inferno. A relentless Conkeldurr, if it built a fire from its surroundings, might fuel a blaze with ambient heat, its silent aggression a thermal escalation, a runaway fire. The solar flare deflection is a defensive application of their radiant energy where certain fire-type Pokémon can generate powerful outward bursts of electromagnetic and thermal energy, capable of deflecting or dispersing incoming solar flares or other cosmic radiation. A steadfast Dialga, if it shielded itself from cosmic storms, might push back stellar energy, its silent defense a radiant barrier, a cosmic repulse. The ash precipitation induction is an environmental manipulation ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can subtly influence atmospheric conditions to induce localized precipitation of ash, either to clear the air of other pollutants or to create a temporary obscuring screen. A serene Xerneas, if it called down a gentle ashfall, might purify the air with falling dust, its silent power an atmospheric cleansing, a particulate shower. The Ember Call Resonance is a fascinating communication technique where fire-type Pokémon can generate specific, patterned bursts of embers that, while visually similar to normal embers, carry encoded information through their unique thermal signatures, specific flicker rates, or even the subtle magnetic fields they generate, allowing for long-distance communication with other fire types. A perceptive Umbreon, if it read the glowing whispers, might understand the distant messages, its silent interpretation of fiery language, a thermal code. The Phoenix Wing Propulsion is a specialized form of aerial locomotion where certain legendary or avian fire-type Pokémon can generate powerful bursts of superheated air and plasma from their wings, providing immense thrust and allowing for incredibly fast and agile flight, often leaving a shimmering trail of fire. A majestic Yveltal, if it flew on wings of flame, might soar through the sky with fiery speed, its silent flight a blazing streak, a thermal surge. The Magma Flow Redirection is an incredibly powerful and rare ability, usually associated with Titanic or legendary fire-type Pokémon, where they can subtly influence the subterranean movement of magma, potentially altering volcanic eruptions, creating new lava tubes, or even rerouting magma flows. A colossal Regigigas, if it shifted the Earth's molten heart, might guide the flow of liquid rock, its silent power a geological command, a molten sculptor. The Pyroacoustic Dampening is a defensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can generate specific frequencies of sound through their flames that interfere with or negate incoming sound waves, effectively creating areas of acoustic silence or disrupting sonic attacks. A quiet Jirachi, if it muted sound with gentle flames, might create an aura of stillness, its silent defense an acoustic barrier, a sound-absorbing fire. The Solar Wind Absorption is a passive ability specific to certain cosmic or ultra beast fire-type Pokémon. They can directly absorb and utilize the energy from stellar winds or cosmic radiation, converting it into raw thermal energy or using it to fuel their unique abilities, effectively recharging themselves from celestial phenomena. A celestial Deoxys, if it drank from the sun's breath, might draw power from cosmic currents, its silent sustenance a stellar feast, a radiant intake. The Thermal Camouflage Emission is a sophisticated defensive and offensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can project their heat signature onto other objects or areas, drawing attention away from themselves or creating false targets for heat-seeking attacks. A deceptive Kecleon, if it projected a fiery decoy, might mislead its pursuers with false warmth, its silent trickery a thermal mirage, a projected heat. The volcanic ash solidification is an environmental manipulation ability where certain fire-type Pokémon can apply intense heat and pressure to volcanic ash, causing it to rapidly condense and solidify into temporary, albeit brittle, structures, barriers, or even small projectiles. A constructive claydol, if it shaped ash with fiery hands, might build temporary walls of hardened dust, its silent craft a geological architecture, a solidified haze. The conflagration containment is a highly specialized and difficult ability where fire-type Pokémon can precisely control the spread and intensity of existing flames, preventing them from growing out of control, containing them to a specific area, or even extinguishing them by depriving them of oxygen or fuel through thermal manipulation. A responsible Blastoise, if it rained in a raging inferno, might quell the spreading blaze, its silent control a fiery restraint, a contained inferno. Though Ember-Trail beaconing is a variation of Ember-Trail Navigation where the generated embers are specifically designed to be more persistent and brighter, acting as clear, albeit temporary, markers or signals for allies, especially in low-light conditions or dense environments. A helpful Fluffy, if it left a trail of glowing sparks, might guide its companions through the dark, its silent path a luminous guide, a fiery breadcrumb. The Plasma Whip generation is an offensive ability where fire-type Pokémon can generate and manipulate a focused, elongated stream of superheated plasma, using it as a flexible, high-energy whip capable of cutting, burning, or delivering powerful concussive blows from a distance. A fierce Electivire, if it cracked a whip of pure energy, might lash out with a plasma-borne strike, its silent fury a sizzling arc, an electric flame. The Pyro-Harmonic Disruption is an aggressive application of sound and fire where fire-type Pokémon can generate specific frequencies of sound through their flames that cause internal vibrations within a target, leading to disorientation, structural weakness, or even internal organ damage without direct physical contact. A malicious Gengar, if it whispered with fiery tones, might unravel a foe with resonant heat, its silent malice a vibrational assault, a disruptive hum. The thermal signature projection is a sophisticated form of deception where fire-type Pokémon can project their own heat signature onto other objects or areas, drawing attention away from themselves or creating false targets for heat-seeking attacks, allowing for complex feints and evasive maneuvers. A cunning Weevil, if it cast a thermal shadow, might trick its foes with a phantom warmth, its silent deception a projected heat and thermal decoy. The Blaze Core Synchronization is a unique cooperative ability where two or more fire-type Pokémon can synchronize their internal blaze cores or heat-generating organs, amplifying their collective power output, allowing them to unleash attacks far beyond their individual capabilities, or to generate immense, sustained heat fields for environmental manipulation. Two linked Manectric, if their static was a shared flame, might generate a combined thermal surge, their silent teamwork a magnified blaze, a unified warmth. The Ash Cloud Purification is an environmental ability where fire-type Pokémon can generate fine, electrically charged ash particles that act as natural filters, attracting and binding to airborne pollutants, gases, and allergens, effectively purifying the air in a localized area. A clean Blossom, if it cleansed the air with gentle ash, might clear away smog with its dusty breath. Its silent work and atmospheric refinement, a purifying haze. The Ember-Link communication is a subtle, long-distance communication method where fire-type Pokémon can generate specific, patterned bursts of embers that, while visually similar to normal embers, carry encoded information through their unique thermal signatures, specific flicker rates, or even the subtle magnetic fields they generate, allowing for discrete, real-time exchange of simple messages or alerts. A perceptive espion, if it read the glowing signals, might interpret the subtle fiery messages, its silent understanding a thermal language, a shared spark. The pyrokinetic object manipulation is an extension of pyrokinesis, where fire-type Pokémon